Here in the city of Doors, Dame's troubles tend to go unheard. The factions keep their own law, and the average Joe, well, we're stuck carving out our own order. But Sigil isn't without help. When you've got a problem with no solution, a puzzle with no key, there's only one joint in town to turn to. They might not be the most professional outfit around, but they always solve the case. Because when you're desperate enough to turn to these idiots, you'll find your conundrum might just be open and shut.
Hello and welcome to a little mystery-solving D&D campaign, folks. My name is Austin, and as always, I'm joined by some bleakers flapping their bone boxes who need to bar that. Say hello, everyone.
I can see why you fumbled on that one a little bit.
Never gonna bar that. Never gonna bar that.
Oof.
We are excited to be back because, well, for us, no time has passed at all, but for you, it's been a whole week off. So we're excited to come back with Campaign 2, Season 2, Episode 6. Woo. Thanks for coming back after that break. We missed you. Things are very exciting because not only are we in the second half of the season, but we are also joined by a new guest. Olivia is out, but in their place, we have a new friend. Linnie, please say hello and introduce yourself.
Woo. Hello. I'm so excited to be here. I am Linnie Shell. I am a TTRPG player, DM, and I also am the creative director of Twice Rolled Tales, which is a filmed actual play out of New York City. We focus on a whole bunch of different TTRPG systems and a lot of praps, my favorite thing. We also have published 2 books with kind of the intent of getting more people into TTRPGs. I am most of the time the GM, so I am absolutely thrilled to be only playing one character for right now.
Hey.
And I just can't wait to play more.
Exciting.
Yay. Yeah.
There are a lot of good... Go check out the props for real. Very impressive amount of work went into them, but that's exciting, and we're excited to have you. Before we get into the real stuff, which is the episode, Sophia, any announcements?
I have a huge announcement, a big announcement, the biggest announcement of all. But first, I gotta say, and this is a message that I think will prove timeless and evergreen, let's go Birds, baby! We're going to Super Bowl! Fly, Eagles, fly!
I gotta ask, will the Super Bowl have occurred by the time this episode goes out?
Yes, and I'm confident. I'm
Super Bowl's in 2
confident
weeks.
that Barkley is going to lead our boys.
You're calling your shot.
They better.
I'm so excited.
I can't stand it.
Yeah, the city of Philadelphia is alive as of time of this recording, but we have our own, I would say equally exciting news, and that is that we are starting our next pin pre-sale. We are once again partnering with CrowdMage to bring you guys some fabulous enamel pins, beginning our hopefully series. I would like to get to my character, rounding out the crew of the Paraspora from Campaign 1. We're kicking it off with a pin double pack. You can get Kyana and Finbar in all of their enamel glory, as designed by our very own Wally, who is somewhere in the walls. We swear he's doing great.
Team Gauntlets of Giant Strength, go!
Yeah, they're gorgeous. I'm so excited that we're going to dip into the characters. If you would like your very own Kyana and Finbar to tell you to wear that tank top and cook yourself a little breakfast, you can get them. They are in pre-orders right now, so just head on over to crowdmade/rollwithdifficulty or check out the link down in the show notes to get your very own pin. They should ship this summer, so very, very excited to add them to my lovely little robot plug on the wall. And yeah, thank you again to CrowdMade for working with us on these because they're so cool, and I'm so excited that we're making more pins, you guys. It's gonna be so cool to have a whole jacket covered in pins.
Let's go pins.
Let's go pins. Also, I wanted to give a special thank you to Love for the Love Gods. It's a system by a friend of ours from PAX Unplugged named Graham. They make amazing game systems. If you like Hallmark movies and or Lovecraftian horror, this is the game for you. And I personally am very excited for that combo. So stick around in the mid-roll for more information on that. But yeah, there's a lot of cool things happening. And at the end of it all, you guys know we're all going to be singing that Eagles Fight song, climbing that grease pole.
Sing us that Eagles Fight song right now. Why don't
Fly,
you, Sophia?
Eagles fly on the road to victory. Sorry. Don't test me, man. It's a well-known thing.
I didn't tell you to stop.
Sophia, no, we're going to get copyright claimed. It's too good.
I don't think we can get copyright claimed for... I don't think that the fight song's copyrighted like that. I don't think that that's how that works.
I don't know. Don't underestimate UMG.
Are we still recording?
Guys
I
are
blacked
brutal.
out for a couple minutes there.
I have to say, I listened to a bunch of the podcast before guesting on it, and I know that there's jokes about the Eagles, and I watched so little sports that I was like, I should note who they are. I noted, it left my mind, and I'm like, are they football? That's happening.
Yeah.
They
That's
are
what happened.
football.
They
I never
tend to do
played
that for
football.
everyone except Philadelphians.
I never
look,
paid any attention to sports, but I was out at a restaurant yesterday and it was playing on the screen, and I was like,
We
well,
won.
all I know is the guys in green seem very happy, and the other guys are going through the 5 stages of grief every time the camera cuts to them. So
They
it's
write the
message
numbers of the
Sophia.
scores on the TV, on the screen.
Yeah, but
Surely
I
you
didn't
knew
know
who was
how
winning.
much game was left.
we won
They
by
put
like
a
I don't
30
know what
points.
first and 10th means.
1st and 10 is not the. I can't even get into it.
This has been
The
an
Eagles and the
exciting,
Chiefs robbed us of the Bills commie Super Bowl that we all deserved.
Nah, man, my birds are.
Josh Allen, Jane
Saquon
Daniels.
Barkley does not miss. Anyway, this is
Yeah,
not
right.
what we're here to discuss. We are here to indulge
sure?
in a different. I mean, do we want it to become an Eagles fan podcast? Because I'll hijack
No
this
more,
thing right
no
now.
more. Move on.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
On the road. I'm gonna make mark my words. That's gonna be
You
my
don't have all
bar
this
parody.
episode correct, right?
No, that's all I had. All my announcements. Check out those pins. Stick around to the mid roll for promos from many cool systems and actual plays and whatnots, and also more info on the pins. Austin, you were kind of my brother in Eagles fans for a bit, just because you had
I'm not
Barkley
an
on
Eagles
your
fan. Saquon was
fantasy
on
team.
my fantasy team and got
And I
me
thought
second
maybe we
place in
could
the
be
league.
united in this and being excited
Well,
for our boy.
we are united in that the Chiefs beat my Bills, and thus I need to see them pay. So,
All right.
yes, we are united in that.
Hand-
Austin's going to
holding
be
me
incrementing the
complete.
damage output of the bad guys for the episode for every 30 seconds we spend on this subject matter.
Anyway,
You guys are
Plus
facing
four,
the big bad of the
plus
campaign,
5.
Patrick Mahomes,
Plus 6.
but it's got an apostrophe, so it's fantasy.
yes.
Homes.
Exactly. There you go. All right.
Anyway.
Are we? I know you said stick around, but it sounded like dick around. Are we done with that part?
I think we're as done as we're
Why
gonna
not
get.
both?
I'm sure it'll come back
Both
up
is
with a
fair.
vengeance, but you know.
Well, with all of that out of the way, I suppose when last we left our heroes, you had all said goodbye to your new friend, ally, Nix, as they journeyed away, went into hiding with their newly recovered sibling, Nil, to take some time off from working for the Planar Trade Consortium. With that victory under your belt, we're going to pick up after 2 weeks have passed, but we're going to play through a couple of the events of those 2 weeks in the meantime. So, first thing that happens is the day after Nix's departure, Oobtaglor, you discover in your desk that there is a wrapped gently in like brown paper is a little package, and on opening it, you find the spirit bowl along with a note scrawled inside that reads, "Since I owe you one."
Oh.
Nix.
Dang. Mine.
Not
So I
telling
think
the
that
rest
is
of us.
a magic item that you can pull up and attune to. I custom made that, so you should be able to find it.
Spirit Bowl, you said?
Made it just for you.
The main thing it does, yes, is capture a fleeing soul and keep it contained so that if it would normally be travel to its home plane or be destroyed, you can save it and put it somewhere else later.
Might be useful for any petitioners we might know and stuck in some, you know.
It could end up being useful, and Nix might have known that. Austin might have reminded Nix. Moving on. Later that week, some 3 to 4 days later, you have a visit from one white dragonborn Lazaro, who shows up in the office, offers to be, kind of knocks and waits to be invited in.
Hello, come in.
Yes, you see walk in, kind of tall, stoops, very narrow frame, put together as always with the tiny little glasses, like sitting on the bridge of the reptilian nose, kind of there. Good day to all of you. I come because I have received how best to describe it, a resignation of sorts from Nix. I came to see if you all were aware of this. I see they are not present, so I take it most likely that they have also resigned from your services as well.
Yes, it would seem they had other opportunities to pursue. We're not, well, I suppose we have a higher rate of turnover than some, so it's the most unusual thing in the world. Why do you have cause to be concerned?
It is my job to be concerned, yes. We are interested in specific in following up. Do you happen to know where they may have relocated to?
I'm sorry, but it didn't seem my business, so we didn't ask. They seem to be doing pretty well, though, for what it matters.
Now, I don't know that it was discussed specifically where Nix was going. I think it might have been, but either way, you know that Nix is specifically trying to disappear. I would ask that you roll a deception check.
Heck yeah.
But since things are cagey, I'm gonna allow you to roll with advantage here against Lazaro.
Love it. It continued a long-standing tradition of eating an entire Popeye spicy chicken sandwich before we started recording, and now I feel terrible. It's a 19.
Who could have predicted this outcome? Oh my god.
Ooh.
Thank you very much. All right, you see that Lazaro, because kind of has his like legs folded and like hands over the knee, gives one small nod, says, "Yes, well, we entrusted them to many jobs because they are very good at being unseen and escaping easily. I did not think it would be likely that you would know where they went. Thank you for your help regardless. And though it would be simpler with their presence, do expect to hear from us soon. After all, you are still under the employ of the Planar Trade Consortium, if that pleases you."
Of course, we have a very valuable working relationship, and I look forward to... Well, I hope things go smoothly for you, but I look forward to how we might help solve any less smooth things.
Wonderful. He retrieves the payment for you guys, the platinum, 10 platinum, as you receive every week, places it down on the table, and goes to leave. Is there anything else anyone would like to do before Lazaro goes, or is this the end of your interaction with Lazaro?
I think that's it for Ingrid. I don't know if anyone else has anything.
Calling it a win because I don't need to actively lie to this man, so I've just been very busily making coffee.
Do you know where Nix went? Drops a pot. Sorry.
Yeah, so clumsy.
Bileyg's been drinking that like extra proof coffee all week, and I think it's trying to make him a little jumpy.
It needs drinking up, otherwise it's gonna kind of congeal and solidify, and then it's no good.
How many times have those beans gone through by now?
You know, if you can still keep count, it's not as effective as it could be. You know what I'm saying?
Oobtaglor, I never thought I'd say this, but I think you're on coffee duty from now on.
Ooh, joy!
It's extra strength. We need this.
Oh, Bileyg can do it. He does it the way I do it
doing
anyway.
Okay?
Look, there's not enough hours in the day, all right?
All right. That is the end of the first week. For that and the following week, before we reach the end of that 2-week period, are there any activities that any of you would like to get up to?
No, Noir, you go.
Okay. First of all, pig tax.
Yep, pig tax. Go ahead. You feeding 2 pigs over the course of 2 weeks?
Yeah. So that's 10 copper pieces.
Yeah, which is 1 silver.
Oh yeah.
One day you're gonna forget.
Don't forget to feed maize, buddy.
I almost did. And then I will go and approach Ingrid one of these days.
Yes,
Okay.
dear.
Ingrid,
Put down my
you know how to...
cross my spectacles, take them off, fold up the crossword. Yes?
You know how to comprehend languages now, do you not?
I do. Do you have something that I mean, reading. I can't speak it as well, but if you need something translated.
Well, I was wondering if you wanted to take another crack at this, and I hand Tattershade's notes
Ooh,
to Ingrid.
I would love
nice.
to. Could I cast Comprehend Languages, and then maybe make another investigation check on these notes?
Certainly. So, with Comprehend Languages up, Comprehend Languages is a portion of this, because not all of it is written in Common or any of the languages you speak. Tattershade was a demon, and thus Abyssal, I believe, is the language they speak, so there's plenty of Abyssal. This helps cut right through that. It's still the rantings of a very distraught, to say person is wrong. Collection of shadow and vice, really,
Sure.
is really more what Tattershade was. So it's still a little bit hard to make out. So let's go ahead and roll that investigation check now that you have comprehend languages up. And I'll see if I can find what I wrote about Tattershade's notes.
That's gonna be a dirty 20.
Dirty 20 is excellent. And meets the DC.
Oh my god.
So,
Hey.
Tattershade's notes are too broken for me to recite any real dialogue. It's not like reading a diary entry, but the information you glean is as follows. First off, Tattershade is very suspicious and afraid of another shadow demon by the name of Lykrich, who is operating out of the Civic Fest Hall.
Oh.
I think we might kill
You
that
have already
guy.
discovered and dealt with Lykrich. However, you know that as you go through and kind of piece together a timeline based on which notes are most soaked with sewer water and which are a little bit fresher, you... You good there, Red?
I'm good. Very visceral descriptions of completely normal things this episode.
As you move through and take care and start like piecing together a timeline, you find that Tattershade was growing more and more frantic as he became nervous about basically the movers and shakers trying to, what he describes as movers and shakers and like figures of important status in Sigil beginning to make moves. And among the names, you find the Planar Trade Consortium and Estevan are listed. Shemeshka is also listed, and of course the Fortune's Wheel. You find Zadara, who is the Titan patron of Lothar the Old, who you visited very recently. And you also find word of strange experiments being undertaken by Merimoth, and that whatever is going on, all of them seem to have increased interest and contact with other points in Sigil. And there begins to form this kind of picture of this conflict between these important figures. It begins to call to mind, not as extreme, but especially to you, Ingrid, since you were around for it, the faction war that happened some years ago at this point. That there were these important figures that, like, these peaks rose out of Sigil, metaphorically, of like these factions that grew more powerful and taller, and one person at the pinnacle of each one. And as that happened, there was more conflict between them until eventually there was a great all-out war. Many people died, and the factions were banished forever. And it's like looking at a topographically similar but less extreme version of that. You can see these peaks start to form with all of these allies forming around these important figures, and the conflict that is starting to brew between them. It's fewer people, it's on a much smaller scale and less ideologically motivated than last time, which makes sense because no one wanted another faction war. A bunch of rules were put into place to prevent another faction war, and yet it seems to be it's the nature of Sigil to draw in people seeking power into this inherently power vacuum place in the multiverse.
Well, history is bound to repeat itself, isn't it? It seems our friend Tattershade was concerned about similar players as we are, or at the very least as we have come to encounter in the last couple of weeks.
Wow, so this guy basically cracked the whole conspiracy. This would have been useful a couple of weeks ago.
I don't know that I'd say cracked the whole conspiracy. Maybe assembled all the pieces of the jigsaw puzzle and like put them in the box, but hadn't put the picture together.
I see.
And if there's any information you want about any of those people going forward, you can just ask me to recall from the notes, and I'll let you know if that's a detail that would be included or wouldn't be included. If there's something you want to know about any of those characters. All right. Any other tasks that any of you wish to take care of?
Sorry, last thing that I wanted to do that I'll say is that for the rest of my time, I'll be spending time at the gatehouse, continuing my attempts of good service.
Fantastic. Did I ask you to make, get this right, not Athlax, Alphax. Did I ask you to make Alphax a contact?
Maybe? I actually haven't checked.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if you haven't, then go ahead and add Alphax at this point as a contact. Of course,
nice. You
You already knew the NPC, but go ahead and list that you have a good, strong relationship with them. They are willing to do favors for you in exchange for very little at this point.
Oh, Okay. And that's it for
Fantastic. To Red and Sophia. Anything for Bileyg and Ingrid?
Bileyg's still keeping Everard's garden going as well as he can. Not super good at it, but brings back memories. So, and I think he's also occasionally going to the gatehouse just to pump a few points of lay on hands of people who need it, and occasionally going to under Sigil to do the same thing for people down there.
Fantastic. Go ahead and make me for your Alphax is already very happy to have you, very welcoming. You have a great inn there. For the denizens of Undersigil, which is this kind of like more run down, very suspicious place of people who aren't from there coming downside, go ahead and make me, let's see, what kind of, I feel like persuasion is wrong. Is there, I guess like a persuasion check would be the most appropriate for trying to get them to begin to trust you.
Yeah, all right. 24.
24. Something about your very humble, down-to-earth nature is really appreciated by this crowd of people that no one else wanted. They take to you very kindly, and you have a good relationship with the folks down there. And if you ever needed to, you probably could see. This is a place that people come to because no one wants to find them. They don't want to be found. If you ever needed to make use of it, you suspect that you probably could.
Sweet.
Okay. And to Ingrid.
Yes. Back in episode 1, when we were getting our favorites from Akeem the Friendly Fiend, I asked about information on the loop, so I would love to go follow up and see if perhaps he has an update for me.
Yes, you actually are going to get a visit from Akeem, and we will play through, is that your only downtime activity?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Then we will play through that in just a minute because we have another PC to check in on. So, a amount of time before the Akeem meeting that will be determined based on decisions and dice rolls. We'll see in just a moment. But during this 2-week period, a spelljammer comes into dock in the what's what I'm looking for, in the market ward of Sigil, a hustling, bustling place. Not too early in the morning. This isn't like dropping off goods or anything, so it's not a normal like kind of market day drop off situation. They're coming a little bit later, more like 2 before peak, 10 a.m. We see that this big ship sails in, looks like a dragonfly. So it's got, the long abdomen, and the deck is or the long thorax. The deck is on the abdomen. Thorax, abdomen. Deck is on the thorax. Abdomen is long and skinny. There we go. Pulls into dock and lets off a gangplank. And a couple of crew members are seen not manhandling, but perhaps vigorously escorting another figure off to this gangplank. Linnie, would you go ahead and describe what your character looks like as they are being shuffled from Spelljammer to port?
Stowaway!
Absolutely. So you see a pale, kind of underfed dwarf being dragged off of this ship, and he is wearing what can only be described as like the most stereotypical adventurer's outfit that possibly could be imagined. Like, it's very much the vibe of the kid who was never popular at school going out and buying the exact same thing that popular kids were wearing, and it's ill-fitting and just doesn't look right, even though it really should be. And he looks like initially this costume was like quite expensive, but he's clearly been through a bit of a rough time.
Oh no.
Very good.
Fantastic. You see this character being escorted off, and the captain of the ship, who's a Thrycreen, a big bug man,
I love these bug guys.
Comes by and clicks the mandibles, speaks in the Thrycreen language that can only be understood by other Thrycreen, but also telepathically communicates, since that is one of their innate abilities, to you. And he says into your mind in a very stern manner, "All right, this is as far as you're being taken on your coin. Off with you."
Oh, I'm sorry, there has to have been some mistake. I'm not fully sure I understand it's a large ship, things happen, manifests, I am also in accounting, so I understand manifests can be mistaken, but no, I quite clearly said that I was to be taken to Impera, and that's how you say that, right? The city?
Imperia is the...
Imperia?
Yeah, Lunia is the first layer of... Oh, Imperia is the city.
The
yes,
city.
Imperia.
Yeah, Imperia, okay. Big only have read these words. Right, so I stated quite clearly that I was to be taken to Impera, and I've said it wrong again, haven't I?
You're good, go on. Imperia,
okay. Right, so I stated quite clearly that I was to be taken to Impera, and again, there must be some mistake. Is there a manager I can speak to? It's quite important. It is the business of Helm. I must go represent. It's a very important business, and so I must be taken immediately there. And again, there must have been some mistake.
Manager, you're talking to the captain. Manifest. You guys heard of a manifest, folks? Looks around at all the others, and you just hear everyone laugh. Why don't you manifest another way where you're trying to get to, because this is as far as you're going to be taken on your coin. We're not doing any favors just because you serve your helmet or whatever.
That, I'm sure that there is some sort of larger conglomerate that is responsible for this ship, and I simply go find them and file a complaint, and then you, sir, will be sorry.
You know what? I think that there might be, off in the city. Why don't you go look for it, and we'll wait here.
He immediately turns and starts absolutely storming off, just sort of like muttering to himself, this is just highly irregular, this would never happen. Just
as your last foot is still on the gangplank, you feel it pulled out from underneath you. And it's hauled up onto the ship, and the dragonfly wings, and the whole ship just tilts backwards and moves back into space.
I think he comically tries to bang on the ship as it's leaving, like you would a car.
You go and you get 2 fist bangs before the hull pulls away from your reach and it begins to float away. You are faced with the dizzying height.
Come back here! I demand that you stay here!
The emptying void, the vertigo that comes as the ship pulls away, and you realize you're standing on the edge of nothing. Sigil, the city, is a floating, flying city that is within a torus, so like a donut that has been carved out. It's there's a piece in the middle that is missing, and so you can look out into the void where there's a mountain spire in the middle, but you can see also across to the city on the other side. And as you stand at the lip, you can look across to the city, to the spire that's in the middle, and also to the impossible distance down that is only clouds. You see no ground, and you're standing right on the edge of it. And gravity is weird. You're being pulled down, but you can also see down is not at like a 90-degree angle to you. It's much steeper than that.
Artist rendering.
Thank you, Red.
No problem.
So you're standing inside of that ring, looking like, looking, basically standing straight up, looking out at the ground, and the sense of vertigo is amazing. As you kind of pull yourself back in, you see that this entire place is crazy. There are people of every single species, the mortal species walking around. There are elves, dwarves, humans, there are tieflings, there are mechanical beings walking around, there are the gif, like hippo guys, a whole group of them, like militantly striding by, marching by. You kind of like spin around, take in the whole area. You see there's this giant gray frog dude who's dressed in like rags, and he's holding what looks like a it looks like a lamb, but it's about the size of a basketball, and it has little like butterfly wings. And you watch, he's holding it as it buzzes, and he stuffs the whole thing into his mouth whole, pulls his slippery, like slimy hand out, looks at you and goes, you okay, bud?
I straightens himself off. I am perfectly adequate. Was that you or like some sort of animal behind you?
Random passerby just unloads with the loudest like dad sneeze.
For once, it wasn't an animal behind Sophia.
Now we have to keep that sneeze in, you understand, right?
I was trying not to interrupt the moment.
There's no cutting it, Sophia.
I'm so sorry. Go back to the
That's when you just like hold the nose and accept that your ears are about to blow
Well, I
themselves out
thought
from the
maybe if
inside.
I go into my arm, like, Dracula, and I leaned away, but in the process, my lip got caught on myself, and it just...
Your lip got... I
It
don't
did
even
like
have
a
time
like
to
blowing a
interrogate
raspberry.
that.
Did like
I
a blow.
wish we had the time to interrogate that.
we
my
don't.
God.
We don't. I'm so
All right,
pleased
it's
with the
all,
character
we
things.
fumbled it. Start from the beginning. Just start from the beginning of the episode.
All right,
Enjoying the
everyone.
pod so far,
Good
Linnie.
run.
Having a good time?
I'm having an excellent time. This is fantastic.
We've really got our shit together.
Normally, I get to meet the cats behind everyone, but sometimes it's just a sneeze, and that's also wonderful. Okay.
So, you are confronted by this giant interdimensional toad demon that just ate this cute little thing, and he's looking at you with great concern, like something is terribly wrong with you. You're all right there?
I think I'm gonna size him up a little bit, just measuring myself against the thing that he just ate, and just reassuring myself that I am larger than this thing. And say
You are definitively larger than that, and his jaws, hard to tell if you're larger than his, just like the span of his mouth.
I think I'm gonna straighten myself off and sort of dust myself down, and then as I'm doing that, kind of take a little bit of a cautious step back and say, of course, I am quite fine, absolutely tickety-boo. Could I perhaps please be directed to the complaints department for whatever spelljammer liner I have just departed from? There's some irregularity that needs to be reported.
Casts a wide gaze around. Let's see. I know that there's a lot of forms at the Hall of Records if you're looking to check that out. I don't know
there are
who
forms.
owned
There's a
that.
place-
You watch
there-
the dragonfly getting smaller in the distance. I don't know who owned that one.
Look, there is somewhere in this place that does have a form, something that I can fill out and submit to the requisite authorities. Where is this Hall of Records, please?
You want to visit the authorities? Oh, man. People
Yes,
come to
that's
Sigil for the
exactly who I'd like to
stupidest
visit.
reasons.
I would please send me to the nearest authorities.
Alright. Alright, hold on. Friend, it'd be very funny to send you to the authorities, but first off, don't take any more steps back, because you're really close to the edge there. Second, you definitely don't want to talk to the authorities if you like the whole head, neck, shoulders situation.
Are you saying that the authorities here are corrupt?
Oh no, they're very true to their goals. They would never break from their intended purpose. They're really, really good at killing folk.
I see. What an interesting set of laws that this place has. So really,
Law. Oh, you're from one of them upper worlds.
I don't know why you would say that.
You're just very shiny. I mean it in a couple different ways.
I feel like, well, this has been an illuminating conversation. I'm going to proceed to somewhere where someone will tell me something, and I'm sure that then I will take that information and do something with it.
All right,
And he's just gonna
I
start
feel
walking
a
off.
little bad. You sure you don't? Could I direct you to like a place that has like food or rooms, or like you got like family here? And also, do you have any
Oh,
small
no, I have
mammals
no
on you
family
that I
here.
could? I'm a
I'm-
little peckish.
No, I have no family here. I'm completely by myself. I'm in fact traveling incognito, so no need to mention me to anyone whatsoever.
I promise I won't.
Yes. I think he's gonna realize that like he actually hasn't eaten, because I am sure that Spelljammer did not provide like square meals a day.
When's
lot
the
of- a lot
in-flight
of
meal going to
broths.
show up?
Yeah.
All
So
right.
say, yes, maybe, yes, perhaps a stop at a cafe or a cafeteria might be in order. If there's one of those nearby.
Oh, yeah, there's a great one. How do you feel about rats?
God damn it.
Yes!
Rats.
Not to eat, not to, I mean,
rats.
if you want to eat some, you can, and I'm not going to stop you, but not to eat. They're just there.
Oh, okay. Well,
It's a very clean establishment. I know that you lawful folks care about that.
Sure. I would never dream of discriminating against the waitstaff that would patron any particular establishment.
Oh, man, you say so many words. All right, it's this way. You are brought by this giant slot eye, which are, in fact, chaotic, spawned from chaos toad demon things. They're not technically demons.
Yeah.
I had them described to me once that way, and I always remember that in my head as they're interdimensional toad demons. They're not demons, but this giant slod brings you through the bustling market ward. You see probably more people than you've ever seen in one place at one time, like 6 times over on your way there. And you don't even have to travel that far. It's only a short walk before you're brought to a wonderful little beautiful pink cafe tucked between 2 ominous looming buildings. Most of the buildings here are very tall, very encroaching, and they have walkways between them. There are like multiple levels of sidewalk in the city where a couple times on the way over you're like, I'm on the ground, and then you walk by and you're like, I'm 40 feet up in the air actually. There's another ground further down. There's a couple of those moments, and then you're brought to a cafe that is extremely adorable, pink and perfumed, and called the Spice of Life. And as you enter, you see that it is staffed completely by rats, a la that one scene from Ratatouille in the kitchen, where they're all moving around. There's a bunch of people in here having like muffins and pies and crepes, and every kind of baked good you could imagine is being passed around by these fluffed up little rats that have their tiny little brains exposed.
It's normal and healthy for them.
It's normal and healthy for them. You are waited upon and brought whatever kind of delicious pastry you would like.
Yes, can I please have your finest toasted cheese Danish?
Ooh.
You'll get those rat sounds in post. Your finest Danish is brought, and what can only be described as the food that was left, that was not eaten several days ago and retrieved from the dumpster is brought for your slot friend. You both begin to eat off of these like tiny little cute plates with little pictures of unicorns and things on them. And this slot says to you, all right, so where are you looking to get to? I feel bad for blood new to the cage trying to find their way around. I'd hate for you to be sleeping in the hive ward tonight. So what are you like? Come on, there must be. You said you don't have any family, but like you like, are you part of an organization? Like you here with the consortium? Are you here with like an order or something? You look very knightly. Are you with like a knight's order or something like that?
Oh no, I would. I'm a humble adventurer. In the Order of Helm. Yes, I serve my god, the Helm.
Oh yeah.
And I adventure.
You adventure? Yeah. What kind of adventures you been on?
So I have so many. I couldn't even begin to count them all. In fact, I'm weary from my adventures, and I'm trying to return home to Imperia, the Shining City. And I've ran into a spot of trouble with my transport, but I'm sure I'm going to get it all sorted out, and I will be on my way out of your hair soon.
You see, gives a burp, pulls out some hair from between the frog lips that was swallowed with whatever he was eating. As you say the hair thing. And then he says, humble does describe it seems. Well, you're looking to get anywhere else, you came to the wrong place, because they don't call it the cage for nothing, kid. So, if I were you, I'd start looking for accommodations, potentially of the long-term variety. And if you do worship a god, if you can do that thing, what do they call it? Miracles. If you can make miracles happen, that would be really helpful for you.
Over the table, right? Like, if performing a miracle in Sigil is very bad, right? Like, that's a thing that the lady punishes, am I understanding?
No, that's fine.
calling in gods themselves.
Noir speaking from
bad.
experience. Performing a miracle is okay as long as you're not asking your god to appear. Trying to get a god into, or we call them powers, so it's not just gods, it's also the archdevils and the demon lords. These capital P really movers and shakers of the planes. The kind of people that when you kill, they just respawn because
The powers that be.
they're the powers that be, exactly. Trying to bring one of those into the city is a big no-no and is likely to get you separated from your skin very quickly. But just trying to do something good for your, like, big happens. There's plenty of temples and stuff in the city, and you've probably seen people walking around with various holy symbols just on your short walk. There are countless gods of the Planescape, and many people aren't clerics, but they venerate them. So,
I think Folly definitely has heard of Sigil. Like he would be aware of it as a concept, being from Mount Celestia. But I don't think he thinks it's as hard to get out as everyone says.
Yeah, well, in Mount Celestia, you've probably heard it described as the City of Doors very often, because that's another nickname. But whether it's the City of Doors or the Cage really depends on your connections. And right now you have no connections, so it's more the latter than the former. To some people, it's their gateway to everywhere, right? Powerful wizards and things like that can step through one door and then through another and be in a completely different place. But for you, unless you stumble upon a door by accident, even then, odds are it's taking you somewhere you probably don't want to be.
Folly says, the Cage is such an evocative name, but I mean, surely that's not for everyone, right? There must be some way out. Perhaps.
Oh, my bad. You're rich?
No, I'm not rich. No.
Oh, all right.
Just why would you ask though? If just hypothetically, if I knew someone who was rich.
Oh, because that's how you'd probably get out. You just book a Spelljammer passage, or you talk to certain folks, certain wizards and stuff, get you through different doors. Sometimes a helpful person will just know a door, but usually they go to like the Plane of Slime or something like that. And
yeah. Is that where you're from?
Then your flesh gets. Oh no, I still got all my flesh on my bones. I've never been to the Plane of Slime. I'm from Limbo.
Yes, of course.
Limbo is the world of uttermost chaos. There's like no ground or anything. It's just reality churning into rock, then water, then exploding. It's just not. It's crazy nonsense there.
Campaign 1, good times.
I think Folly is increasingly spooked, and then also increasingly suspicious of the motivations of this demon. For I think no real reason, but to be clear. And he's gonna say, Limbo, and scoot back a little. Yes, right. So you're saying in order to get out of here, I would need to contact someone who could help me and ask them for help, right?
Oh, if you know someone on the other side who could like send you a lifeline, that would be awesome. Yeah.
Okay, great. Good to know. It's just really unfortunate I don't have one of those. So, yeah. Is there perhaps a subsidiary of the Order of Helm nearby I can go pray to?
Oh, yeah, you're gonna want the Temple District then.
Right.
It's off over in the Ladies' Ward.
The Ladies' Ward, is that up or down or some other circular direction?
Oh, well, the good news is because it's a big circle, if you just keep walking, you'll get there no matter what. But you're going to want to go that direction, points one way. Not that direction, points the other way. That way is the Hive. You don't want to walk through that wearing all that fanciness. You want to go this way through the Ladies' Ward. And, yeah, you'll know it when you see it, because there's a bunch of really fussy people with sticks up their asses walking around there.
Fantastic. Well, I appreciate your assistance, and I will go walk that direction while you stay here?
He looks down at the half-eaten pile of garbage on his plate. Yeah, I'll stay here.
Excellent. Folly's gonna get up and attempt to pay one of the rats. Sort of.
Yeah. Do you have? Yeah. For this amazing Danish and the pile of garbage retrieved from the dumpster. Do you have 1 silver piece?
Probably.
What kind of currency are you rocking with right now? How much gold do you have in your pocket?
I think I literally have spent every I think I have change. I think I have spare change on me. I think I've literally spent every cent of real money on that spelljammer.
All right, so with your silver is about as much as you would assume for a couple baked goods. So the loose change you have, I'll say, will cover this final meal before you need to figure something out desperately.
I think I hand it out, realize it's my last silver, it's in the rat's paw, and I'm just I kind of want to pull it back, and then I just hand it to the rat. Just a little, being very careful not to touch its little exposed rat brain, right? Which is
it's it's got a bit of a film over it, some sort of protective, like a nictitating membrane for an eyelid. No, it's not bleeding or anything. It looks very natural in an unnatural way. The rat takes its little rat mitts and starts to waddle back. And then you depart from the spice of life.
Fantastic. Yeah, I'm gonna turn in the direction of the ladies' ward and just start walking.
Yep.
I think Folly is very much attempting to look like he fits in and could not stand out more.
Oh yeah, you got real newbie in the city energy. You make your way, you leave the spice of life. The Slod looks at the paid for meal, goes, I knew it was a good idea not to eat him.
Best boy.
And then you make your way off. So the good news is that you can really orient yourself to walk in a straight line, even though the streets aren't straight, just by observing either edge of the city, which you can see from lots of places. You can kind of follow along without getting turned around. And then you make your way through into the ladies' ward, and the distinction is honestly, even though you're new, pretty clear to you. You move from a place that is all shops and storefronts and stalls and people walking around with crates and barrels slung over their shoulders and pushing past you, things like that. Little street urchins scampering away who would have picked your pocket if you had anything left. In this chaotic tapestry of a place, you move into the ladies' ward, which is still also populous. It's not empty or anything, but it is occupied mostly by these apartments. There's lots of brownstone looking things. They're skinny even for a brownstone, tall. All the architecture here has lots of points and spikes on it. And nothing is quite square, so you're kind of walking through this looming place. But the streets here are actually more open than the Market Ward was. You move through until you start to come and you see that there are fully what we'd call churches. They wouldn't look like a church in the real world, but they all have holy symbols adorned on them, and you can tell, even though many of them are from gods that you don't worship or hardly know anything about, that there are religious practices going on here in all kinds of manners of ways. Go ahead and make me, since you don't have any better directions and our Slod only rolled a 6 for knowing how to get to the Temple of Helm, why don't you go ahead and roll me a survival or perception check to try to locate. Whichever you choose. Survival will be kind of finding your way. Perception is literally just keeping a keen eye out.
Folly does not have a sense of survival.
Okay. All right. So that would be perception then.
That's a 16.
Okay, 16's not bad. It takes you a couple hours. You start to feel the slight rumbles in your stomach as that Danish starts to wear off. But as if placed before you by Helm himself, you see a door emblazoned with the I believe it's the left hand gauntlet with the eye on the back of the hand, indicating that this is the Temple of Helm.
Praise Helm. And I just push open the doors and walk in.
You push open, walk in. It is definitely not one of the larger buildings you've seen here, but there are multiple. It's like a couple floors. There's a bit of a courtyard outside even, which is nice, like a kind of like a fountain going on. So it's kind of a peaceful, one of the prettier areas that you've seen so far, other than a couple parks. You make your way into this place, and there's a couple people milling around talking. You see that there is clearly an acolyte of Helm here. You see this gnome who is wearing the garments and the same holy symbol hung around his neck, who is talking to some person, some citizen of Sigil, and they depart, and he turns and makes eye contact with you and gives a smile.
Oh, I walk right up to him and I say, hello, I am Folly. I am cleric of the 5th level of Helm, and I'd like to book a passage back to Imperia. Thank you.
Oh, it's a pleasure to meet you, Fally. My name's Padmore, and we're happy to have you here. Noir, your reaction is funny, considering. We're happy to have you here.
Whatever. It was fine.
We're so happy to have you here all the way from Mount Celestia. It's been a long time since we had an actual acolyte visit here from Mount Celestia. What's this? You saying that you're looking to get back?
Yes, I was on a sabbatical doing some adventuring, and I would like to return, and I'm having a slight problem with transport, and I know we are a brotherhood, a communal order, and it would be right and just to return me to my home.
Oh, that's certainly true. Well, I'm sorry that you're having trouble there. Now, getting home, I understand this is probably your first day in Sigil. Getting home's no easy task, but we can see to it. We'll probably get you. We don't have any portals directly there, but we could probably see to it that a ship heading to Lunia could take you there, and then you could make your ascent back up to the City of Swords.
Yes, of course. That is more than kind. In fact, I am on I'm on some urgent business that I cannot disclose, but I in fact must return more expediently, and I have to be returned directly to the 5th level.
Oh.
I do not have time to ascend, as it were.
Starts to put things together. I see. Well, I appreciate the urgency of your need to return, and while I would be most abiding of this if I could, I don't know that there's any way to transport you directly there. Sadly, none of the members of this House of Faith here are powerful enough to deliver you directly to that lair, and I don't know that there are any. I mean, occasionally we get some of the more powerful Celestials come by here when there's urgent business, but honestly, most of them just kind of take their time in Sigil as a leave of absence to take off from doing the lawful work and enjoy themselves. So it can be sort of hard to pin them down for reliable favors like that. But if you would like to hang around, I'm sure that over the coming weeks and months, we could Preorder put together a sizable sum and see if we can't get you back there eventually.
I see. So am I understand that there's no regular passage back and forth, and is only on important official matters that representatives would come here. So
that's usually the manner of it. Yeah. And usually if they're coming here, it's more of the smiting order of business than it is the helping a friend out sort of business, such as the Vigilant.
Of course, always the Vigilant. Always the Vigilant. So, if perhaps an official business were to arise of the smiting of an evildoer variety, that would perhaps speed up one of the said important VIP visits.
You know, I've never tried it, but I suppose if you were to rouse up enough evil, well, it's kind of neutral here. They're not doing it. You could probably come up with something that would bring them down, sure. I mean, they are obligated to serve.
Right, no, of course. I mean, we serve truth and justice, and,
Yes.
why...
And the Celestial way.
That, it's all the way up to the top. All the way up to the top. That's what we always say. All right. That is... Thank you. That is very interesting. Is there perhaps a phone book? Or a record of people who live here?
There's there is the Hall of Records. There's a Hall of Records. What kind of folk are you looking for?
Well, it occurs to me that if I am to remain here for some time, as it seems that I might, I should acquaint myself with, fellow do-gooders and, servants of just gods who live in this place, and perhaps acquire some protection.
Oh, well,
Right.
we know plenty of them. Perhaps I could point you in the right direction. Look for another, acolyte of Helm, or someone who's maybe in the faith of Lathandor, or something like that.
Sure. I do have someone in mind, but I perhaps wanted to check if they were okay with being contacted first, if that was, acceptable.
How are you going to check if they're okay being contacted before you contact them?
I'm sure there was a way, that I will think of immediately right now. Well, can I be candid with you?
Of course, yeah.
So I think, Helm calls to everyone differently, and I feel that I, now in this moment, am being called to a quest by Helm.
Many such cases. Congrats to you. What evildoer do you seek to bring justice to?
Well, it is not concrete knowledge of evil, but merely the suspicion of it. That
Suspicion
I
is
now
often
realize
enough
I
to
have-
act.
Right, it really does turn out that way sometimes. And so in my capacity in Imperia, we're not adventuring. I am a clerical worker. So I work as a cleric, attending and counting the souls that arrive on Mount Celestia and depart. Sort of, a census worker, but also a bit of a DMV,
Yeah,
and
you're a
Department of
clerk.
Multiplanar violence.
yeah,
Violence.
no, I guess. Sorry. So I split my time between census work and the Department of Material Violations. So just
Well,
Let's
even
fucking go.
numbers and logistics need vigilant watch, so that makes sense.
thus it always is. And several a while ago, before I departed upon my adventures, there were some discrepancies, shall we say, in the accounting. Perhaps you may have heard of one paladin, Bileyg Culantro?
You see immediately.
Almost. Did I say it wrong?
It's a hard
Bileyg?
G.
Bileyg, right.
Yes.
I've been practicing this for literally a month.
It's all
Being
good. It makes sense you'd have
"Don't fuck
only
up.
read it.
Don't fuck it up. No, I've listened to it. I've listened to the podcast and I've been like,
I
it's
meant the
like
character, but
Bileyg.
yeah.
Bileyg.
You watch as this gnome's face goes sour and dark, and he goes, "Oh, yeah, you're looking to find that guy?"
Well, I've said it, so yep, that's who I'm looking to find.
All right, I'll if that's your path, then I will send you on your way, friend. But just know that he's a judgmental one, and unforgiving of slights, in my experience. So I would tread carefully.
Thank you so much. That is good to know. I will keep that in my heart as I go forward.
All right, so, and then he gives you directions to the next ward over. You're gonna have to walk another third of the city, which is the lower ward, and directions of how to find the the Alley of Dangerous Angles, where you will find open and shut investigations, a small private investigation business that Bileyg is currently employed at.
Fantastic. I'm gonna go there, asking everyone I see for directions.
Fantastic.
Just like every corner, just like, hey, do you know the way to open and shut investigations? Yeah.
You head off asking every single person you see, which is, as you move into the lower ward, mostly like workers. There's like factories and forges here. There's all like there's basically a light dusting of soot always falling down and sprinkling onto the ground. And as you walk, you can see it's like sticking to your shoes. It's gathering on your shoulders. And you make your way, asking everyone you can how to find open and shut investigations in the Alley of Dangerous Angles. We are going to jump to that location where midday on this otherwise normal day, the bell rings and in enters your old friend Akin, the friendly fiend. The fox-looking guy dressed in his purple robes enters and says, friends, is this a good time? Looking to Oobtaglor, Bileyg, and Ingrid, who are all inside.
Of course, dear. Please have a seat.
Yeah, good.
I'd offer you
I'll put the kettle
coffee,
on.
but kind of getting closer. Between you and me, Bileyg's been making it a little weird lately, so actually I'll just take tea if you're, in search of a beverage.
I don't know what you're talking about. The coffee's great today.
Yeah, see, Oobtaglor gets it.
I have consumed many things from hellish worlds, sulfurous concoctions, larvae, which are just the reincarnated souls of evil people that turn into, like, literally large larvae. I'm going to pass on the coffee because of the consequences that will arise from drinking it. Thank you very much, though. It's very kind for you to offer. I appreciate the offer, and I have something to give to you. I apologize. Normally, your wishes are not so difficult to grant, but this one took a little bit of tracking down. Finally, I'm able to make good on a promise to a friend, something which always warms my heart. That's what you call them, right? Hearts?
Close enough.
Yeah, usually.
For you, Ms. Ingrid Starling, I have witnessed testimony that the Plague Victims Monument, a statue here in Sigil, in the Ladies' Ward, is a doorway to the place that you wish to find, the Loop, and that all you require to open it to enter is the right key. Unfortunately for you, I have that as well. Appropriately, a ring. A ring of any kind should do, I'm told, and then you're in, and all you have to do is navigate the infinitely large space, find your mildly dead friend, and then escape the unescapable.
Well, I must admit that's much more direct than I thought the information would be.
Oh, well, I hate to leave things vague, especially between friends.
We're overhearing this, right?
Yeah.
I'm still
you
writing
guys are
that,
on the same
like,
room.
3 insight check on this guy. I trust him unconditionally.
Of course, to you guys, it sounds like this. I have witnessed.
We're all under the effects of the haste spell for the next
Yeah.
session.
Just wait until there's
Is this a
combat. I think
door?
you guys all drop out of haste on round 1. What's up?
Is this a door that once you open it, you can enter voluntarily, or is it sort of like once you do the ring thing, it kind of just like you just appear in the loop and you're stuck in there?
I think it's more of an instantaneous sort of situation than a like ladder you climb down.
Okay. This is helpful, but also not helpful.
It's not
but
a
I think it's
complete
more
solution.
helpful than not helpful.
That's what I strive for.
Yeah, of course.
Yes. You mentioned you
Well, this is-
have the key in your possession. I assume that that's not included in our previous bargain. What sort of price would you be?
Oh, no. The key is any ring.
Oh, any ring.
Any ring?
Yes, any
What?
ring. Yes, a ring will do.
Well, never said the lady doesn't have a sense
Yes,
of humor.
testimony is actually from 2 who were to be married, wed, on the Plague Victims Monument, and tragically fell in
Oh,
as the
no.
nuptials were complete.
Dear.
Yes, no one ever saw them again.
Except for you, of course.
Oh, the testimony is from the people who survived.
Oh, never mind.
No, I have no word if they ever escaped. I imagine it was more of a till death to us part situation.
Oh, that's charming.
Yes.
I thought so.
Interesting.
Great.
Oobtaglor just holds up their ring of protection.
Put a pin in that,
Kinda
There you
Darren.
go,
dumbfoundedly.
friend.
We're so lucky you didn't lean against that rock when we were there.
Well, I'm quite impressed. Your information finding services are remarkably effective. Thank you for, well, whatever. We've got some thinking to do, I think.
Well, of course. I mean, you're obviously going to do it, but the manner in which you do it and whatever means you put in place to escape, or not, I don't judge.
Yes. Ingrid's like, head on the chin, pondering, sitting at feet up on her desk, trying to think already. I'm so sorry, so rude of me. We know where to find you if we'd like to ask for any further information, but happy to make pleasantries, but I didn't want to keep you either.
Oh, you flatter me. I don't want to keep you, since you're about to be very busy. But, I will say that I'm glad everything worked out with your friend Nix, and I wish them very well, and that I assume I will be seeing you again soon, and if not, have pleasant lives.
You as well, dear. Ta-ta.
Do you want to take the tea with you? We got tons of mugs. I don't know where they keep coming from.
Somebody
If
I'm
borrowed
good,
Bileyg
them.
thank
It's like,
you.
holds up another mug of coffee, Ingrid, without even thinking, like reaches out and smacks the cup onto the ground.
I think like one of the mugs is like a mimic, and every time it shatters, it just like reassembles and slams
I just
back
like
up on the shelf.
this must have been going on for the last like
God.
2 weeks at
Spawn
Open and
of
Shut.
maize.
Is like Bileyg has been brewing
Spawn of
progressively stronger coffee,
It's
and like
amazing.
Oobtaglor is drinking it now, and Ingrid is just like an old woman with a migraine. Like, I can't believe that after all we've done together, the coffee would be the thing that makes me want to shut our doors.
Coffee? Did you say coffee? Do you want some coffee? I have some coffee.
That's okay. There's more
You
for us,
all
Penguin.
watch.
Okay.
You watch as Akeen goes, leaves. He goes out the door, and he holds it open, and he's kind of staring out into the street for a second, and then you see he goes up and beckons. Out on the street, Fally, you are walking around trying to find this business that you're looking for, and you spy this person who looks like a 6-foot-tall fox wearing robes, is holding a door open, and he lets out a sharp whistle and motions for you to come over, and you see that on the door he's holding open, it says Open and Shut Investigations.
Yeah, I kind of straighten and march right over and say, "Oh, thank you. Yes. How did you know?"
Oh, you just seem like a person in need of help.
Oh,
All right. Good luck in there, Fally. Taps the shoulder and walks away.
Oh boy.
that's unsettling.
Hello, come on in.
Oh, hello. Yes. Hi. Nice to see all of you.
Howdy, stranger.
I
You
am-
need some tea? We got plenty on the on the kettle right now.
Oh, I would love a tea. I've just been dying for like a nice jasmine, perhaps an Earl Grey, a Lady Grey.
Ooh. Well, I'll see what I can do. They don't
don't-
always have all the flavors I
I don't
want.
think I need to make an inside check for this. Ingrid's like, that's a tourist, right?
Oh, you've lived in Sigil so long. This person might as well be walking around with an I Heart Gil shirt.
Word of warning, every tea I found here that they sell here that has gray in the label is from the Shadowfell. You probably don't want that one. But I'll see what I can do with Jasmine.
Yeah, and while my
Great.
compatriot Bileyg over there sees to your tea, introductions perhaps. My name is Ingrid Starling, and you are in Open and Shut Investigations. I hope with a purpose that we can aid you with. What's your name, dear?
Oh, yes, I am Fally. I am a cleric of Helm, and I have been sent here on a quest. Yes, a very important quest. Which one of you is Bileyg?
The tea's gonna take a few more minutes, but I can hand this over to you now. You just gotta take the bag out in a little while.
That would be the gentleman making your tea.
Yeah, what can I do for you?
He's Bileyg.
Fantastic. I think I'm just gonna hold it. How suspicious is this tea?
How suspicious?
Not in like a poison way, just in a.
Looks
Is it from the
undetectably.
Shadowlands?
Looks
No, this
looks
is
okay.
Jasmine.
There are no whales,
great.
no ghostly faces. Just looks like tea that is yet to steep,
If the
which in
smoke
my
comes
opinion
out
makes
and
it
there's like a
suspicious
skull,
enough.
don't drink it. I've learned that the hard way.
Fantastic.
Triple
Uh,
brewed the coffee.
Put that right here and come back to it. Thank you so much. Yes, so I believe I have been sent on a quest from my god Helm to prove your innocence in the heinous crime which some say that you have committed, but I'm sure you haven't.
Bileyg, you've committed a heinous crime?
I'm
not to
the
my
only
knowledge.
one!
Okay,
Acceleration!
The only one.
Oobtaglor, we're gonna put a pin in that for later so you can share it with the class. So I feel like I've brought this up a couple times. It's not been a big deal, but like you folks know that, you know, I arrived in Sigil rather against my will. I'm still not entirely clear on what happened. But shortly after I was resurrected, once again, thank you very much, Ingrid, for that. That was very generous of you. I was informed by my friend Satya that I actually I can't go back to Mount Celestia. I don't know why. They didn't tell me. It seems like something's going on in the higher echelons, you know, the bigwigs, the angels, the people who can't get anywhere near Sigil. And whatever happened that got me here, seemed like they thought I had something more to do with it than just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't even know what I'm accused of. And honestly, we had bigger things to worry about. I was hoping we could get Vrod out of there before we had to worry about my business, but it's quite nice that it seems like somebody's still looking out for me there. Thanks, pal.
Yeah, no, of course, we serve justice and truth in all matters.
Yeah, of course.
So no matter is too big or too small for the vigilant eye of Helm to gaze upon.
Gosh, that's real nice. You know, I'm just a little guy. I always kind of figured that Mount Celestia had bigger things to worry about, but it's nice to know that the gods even pay attention down here.
Yeah, no, it's always been my experience that Mount Celestia looks out for the little guy. Yes, so tell me, have you been dabbling in anything tainted or abyssal, perhaps?
Abyssal?
Just as a thought.
No. Certainly not.
Oh.
I mean, look, I'll tell you, Sigil's quite a melting pot. There's folks around here from all kinds of places. Oh, you'll have to remind me. Ingrid, you know more about these people than we do. We talked to, like, a Cambion the other day.
Yes,
That was...
we are detectives. I suspect that if you are indeed, as you say, an investigator of Helm, a defender of Helm, something along that line, then you probably well aware of our methods. We seek to aid anyone who comes to us in need of our services, to solve a mystery, find a missing person, item, that sort of thing. And that does mean that we mix with just about everyone in the city. If you have a question about a specific faction, I can try and cast my mind back over the long history of Sigil, but I should warn you, a lot of the factions have been changing of late. The dissolution of all the different sects after the war was rather violent.
Yes. Right. I think this is like there's just a lot I think that Folly did not follow whatsoever.
I think Bileyg is like rolling back, like, where was I at when I first arrived? It's like, all right, let's all slow down just a minute. First things first.
You're like, I made a bargain with a hag on my first day.
I did. That's not abyssal. At least I didn't know it was abyssal. Okay, so,
No, fags, excuse me.
Whoop.
Hags are fae.
Hags are
I'm gonna
yeah,
have to
see?
cut that.
It's completely neutral. So, first things first, Fally, how experienced are you with anything beyond Mount Celestia? Like, which layer are you from?
I am from the 5th layer.
Oh.
Marathon, of course.
Of course.
Yes, so I have recently taken a sabbatical to go adventuring, which has gone excellently. And I found myself called here to, I think, finalize, my adventuring status and fulfill a quest for Helm. And has led me here to you.
My goodness. Where were you doing your adventuring?
Just sort of around anywhere I could find that needed help and adventure.
Well, that's very commendable.
Yes.
So how many planes have you visited? How much experience do you have outside of Mount Celestia?
It's been so long I can't even count. So many.
Oh, well, very impressively well traveled then. You're going to know more about this place than me within a week. So as I understand it, Sigil is kind of at the center of everything. It doesn't have an alignment in the same way that Mount Celestia does. Mount Celestia, very lawful, very good. Both of those things very important. Sigil, none of those things inherently important. Forces of law, chaos, good and evil, they all just rub elbows at the same taverns. It's very confusing. I find
that seems interesting.
Yeah, no, it takes some getting used to. I find that this place, you really gotta be careful to just judge people based on what they're doing rather than what plane you think they're from. It's a tough knee-jerk reaction, I tell you, but you know, you'll figure it out. You'll learn to just start paying attention to like who's actively pointing a weapon at you versus who's just getting a drink, you know?
As you say that, there is a pounding at the door, and you see the door opens and you hear heavy footsteps as 3 figures walk in. You see these guys who are, their skin is purple. They have twisting beards of tentacles, Davy Jones style. They have halberds on their back. There's 3 of them, and you watch as a few more file outside onto the street in front of the windows. And the one who is in the lead, the beard twisting and curling, locks eyes with you, Bileyg, and says, Bileyg Lantro, Savario summons you to fulfill your contract. Come with us.
Oh dear.
Oh yeah, that
would
guy.
be the Cambion mentioned earlier. Perhaps we sort this out on the road. I don't think it'd be good to keep them waiting.
All
Hey,
right.
what did you do?
Fally, you see 3 devils walk into the shop, into the headquarters of the shop. It's not a shop. Walk into the business here and demand that all of you come with them to fulfill Bileyg's agreement, to fulfill Bileyg's contract.
I think I'm gonna grab the tea.
That's good. You can drink that on the road.
They motion for all of you to head out, and then they follow you. The 3 that were out on the street in front and the 3 behind you, escorting you to the Hive Ward, where you know Savario operates his business.
Oh yeah, my apartment's just down this road.
Yes. To fill you in, my dear. I'm sorry. You said your name was
Fally?
Valley? Yes.
Fally? Fally with an F?
Fally with an
like fa.
Okay.
Some people also will say Folly, if they're being rude, or they forget, or they're bad at pronunciating things.
Well, Fally, we will
we've all been
try
there.
to endeavour to not be rude. We're going to go somewhere that I think you're not going to enjoy very much, both because it's a little bit lawless and not friendly to people who are new in town. So, if at all possible, I'd maybe recommend just sort of going with the flow.
Oh, I am, yes, excellent at doing that. No one has ever once said that I should focus more on doing that.
Actually, I'm going to turn around specifically and be like, just to be 100% clear, we're going to go talk to an actual... A Cambion is... Ingrid, help me out here. I only sort of remember who this guy is.
This is the devil. A devil or a demon or...
Half-devil?
This guy is
Devil.
devilish, yeah.
Devilish.
Cambions are the children of fiends.
It's like Raphael, Baldur's Gate 3. Devil is... Cambion is a devil of a significant enough rank that they're a problem for us if we were to cross them, is I think the best way to think about it.
Yes. He's... Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. And he
Visually-
owns... I don't know if he owns the bar necessarily, but there's sort of this fight pit club that he presides over at the very least, and... Well, we fought in that pit and won. It's actually quite the tale.
We did, yes.
But also we then used our clout to get a little favor from him for some information for a case we were investigating, which is what we're repaying.
What it was a trade.
Yes.
Devils, as you know, and I'm sure you've encountered in your multitudinous adventures, they're lawful beings. And what we needed was information in order to track down an artifact, in order to help out a friend of ours. And we didn't have anything else to trade. So I told him the conditions of our term. I would do him a favor, a paladin favor, something he wouldn't have access to otherwise. Something in service of good, something that would reduce unnecessary suffering. I put in a few other riders to try and make sure I wasn't about to get scammed in a contract with an actual devil. So I don't know exactly what we're going to see when we go in there. I don't know exactly what they're going to ask us to do. And I don't know exactly how true to his word he's going to be, although I hope it's true. Because we're all lawful here, and we're all just going to do our best with it. But I just want you to remember, this city, things are complicated. We try to make them as simple as we can, but sometimes we can't make it all black and white. And if anything goes wrong, it's going to be me who's doing it. So you'll be in the clear. Don't worry about it. You're just Guardian.
Fally just sips tea and says, so we make deals with so you've been making deals with demons. Noted. Okay.
Devil. Technically devil.
Devils.
Also,
Half devil.
devil, yes. Devils. And while he's saying this, he's also going to just like gesture at Oobtag and say, hey, yes, also, who is that? Who? I never got
Who is
introduced.
that, you say? I am Oobtaglor Oobtaglor, the third member of Open and Shut Investigations. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You see a formless blob of like an iridescent greenish quality, kind of like slithering behind you guys, with like a lute stuck in its being.
Yeah, they're a great kid. Don't even worry about it.
Oh, yes, of course, charmed.
I'm sure. Bileyg, is this the thing that you did to get accused in Mount Celestia, or...
I still don't know what got me accused in Mount Celestia. Nobody sent along the
I
paperwork.
do feel like this would be
I assume it-
remarkably recent to be the very thing that caused all of this.
Yeah, I was also already here.
Yes, that too.
So,
Seeing as this was, last week? I don't know that this it could possibly
Yeah, a
be
couple
it.
weeks ago now, but not too long.
It's been a couple weeks. I'm honestly kind of glad we're getting this out of the way now. I was worried that was going to be haunting me if I ever got out of this place, you know?
Sure.
Wouldn't really look good if I was back in Mount Celestia and a bearded devil showed up and said, hey, remember that deal you made? Really embarrassed me in front of the guys.
that would not look, that would not reflect well on you indeed.
Fantastic. So you travel through the Hive Ward. First you cross the ditch, which is this huge chasm in Sigil, and it is filled with not water so much as the most indescribably horrible collection of smells that you've ever encountered in your many travels. It's truly foul, and kind of looking over the bridge down at it just kind of makes your eyes water. You head over into the Hive Ward, which is much more run down, and you move through, again, it is back to narrow alleys like the Market Ward, but instead of bustling with all kinds of jolly people, it's more filled with sinister shadows and people leering at you from them as you walk past. You walk past several bars where people are unceremoniously thrown out. It's still pretty early in the day, mind you, to be being thrown out of bars, but, it's 5 after peak somewhere. And you just, bearded devils step right over, or on them if they're too large to step over. And you are taken once again to the... Oh my goodness, I'm blanking on the name of it now.
The Slaughterhouse Tavern.
How
The Slaughterhouse,
embarrassing.
thank you. You are taken to the Slaughterhouse Tavern, the collection of the sand fighting pit, which currently has no one in it. It's still too early in the day for that. In the middle, and then the collection of scaffolding, towering vantage points for which to view this fight pit. There are people milling around, and there are people there to operate the dumbwaiter elevators that take you up, and you all step onto one. Only one bearded devil accompanying you, as the rest wait on the ground. Just too many people to lift and carry on one dumbwaiter. You all climb on, and the squeaking rope pulls you up. The whole thing kind of swaying. There's no handrails or anything on this platform of nailed together wood, so it's just kind of gently swaying as you go up about 2 stories to the platform where you know that Savario has his place of work. Basically, you're starting to think this guy has puts on a good air, but his office is in this empty bar.
Yeah, Chuck E. Cheese let him buy a
with
table.
a fighting ring, and he's got a great seat, but also that seems to be where he does his business. So it's it's kind of a coin toss. It's like you have season tickets to the Mets, but that's where you have to take anytime you want to have a business meeting. Sorry, I'm a Mets fan. Might have been a better team
Some crimes
to
can never be
say than
forgiven.
the Mets. You all arrive, and there is a desk there with Savario, the red Cambion, sitting behind it, counting his coin, flanked by 2 other bearded devils. Looks and says, "Well, that was easy. Welcome back, Bileyg.
Morning,
Miss
Savario.
Starling.
Hello.
You 2 people.
Yes, 2 more of our associates. They were all in the office when you called. I hope you don't mind the extra company.
Oh, many hands make for light work. If that's what helps get it done, then I'm happy to have them along. Of course, it is just the one of you whose mortal soul is at stake, but...
Yep.
So, pleasantries, or should we get right down to business?
Well, I'm eager to hear what you got in mind for us to make sure it, fits the deal that we came up with.
Oh, Bileyg, surely you know I wouldn't have called you here for anything less than something that fit the parameters of our contract. I wouldn't waste your time, or my own.
Appreciate it.
You see, he pulls out the contract so that it can be poured over again if you want to check the details, but a reminder, an act which is in service of good that reduces suffering. Not easy for me to find something that fits those parameters in my line of work, but we have been having some very specific trouble recently that I think we would all be happy to see put to rest and fits the specific needs of your job, Bileyg. There's a big man who thinks he's sort of a one-man army operating here in the Hive Ward. Word is that he's an ex-Harmonium. You know how they are. Bunch of sword-happy hardheads. Bloodthirsty. In more ways than one, I hear with this one. Anyways, he's filling the streets with blood. So I was hoping you could deal with him.
I see. I believe we've been hearing rumors about this guy, but I'm not sure we ever looked into anything about them.
You have been hearing rumors about this guy. Oobtaglor specifically has asked a little bit.
Right.
I don't think there hasn't been much investigation, but you did ask around a little bit, Oobtaglor.
Fail is the name.
Yeah.
Fain.
Fain?
Oh,
Fain, yes.
there you go. That was a
Folly and
test.
fail. Boy, real double-headed this
Fail.
episode.
Guys, we're after fail.
Oh, I was thinking F-A-L-E. But no, you're right. Fain.
Fain. Says, filling the streets with blood. I was hoping you could deal with him. Hurting a lot of people. Clearly, not the kind sort, so this would be a service of good that reduces suffering. There you go.
I like it.
And then we all get to be happy. You've taken care of a bloodthirsty psychopath, and my men aren't harassed on the streets anymore.
We're both contractually minded folks. I'd like to clarify one thing. When you say deal with him, are you holding
Make
me
sure
to a
that he is no
specific
longer-
solution?
Make sure that he is no longer able to operate in Sigil. If that means killing him, fantastic. If you want to merely chain him inside of a box and drop him inside the ditch, I don't like to micromanage.
You've thought about this a lot, I see.
I'm just recalling back to other ways that I've dealt with people.
Great.
Poor
So
please feel free to
pair
get
of
creative.
Concrete shoes. Drop it.
No longer
Concrete, yes,
able to
exactly.
operate in Sigil. I think we can probably find a way to do that.
Yes.
Does he have a license we could revoke?
Oh, darling.
Who is this guy?
I think it's adorable that your mind went there, but there are just simply not licenses in Sigil.
Also, they're acting as a vigilante, which means like directly outside the realm of law.
It's
And
nothing
sort
to
of
worry about.
taking
We'll explain the situation
Matters into
later.
their own
Yes.
hands.
Yep. Fally definitely said that as an aside
Yeah,
to
yeah.
Ingrid and not any attempt to
Yeah.
address
Understood,
Yeah.
understood.
the devil.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, interesting point of order for Fally. This is clearly an evil dude, but he is a lawful evil dude. So on the cosmic scale, you're 50% aligned by virtue of being aligned with Helm. And I think there'd be up to you. You're from Mount Celestia, which is the lawful good world. There are followers of Helm that are all members of the law spectrum because he is lawful neutral. So there are... the thing they would have all in common is that they are capital lawful, lowercase whatever else. So, lawful good, lawful evil, lawful neutral. Depends on how you would feel. Again, you're from Celestia, so maybe you really just hate this guy in principle. Maybe you are like, this guy does things by the book, like you gotta respect the game kind of situation, you know? But I leave that to you just based on your allegiance with Helm.
No, I think Fally is very much like this is Sigil's problem, and hopefully soon it won't be mine. Like, law, I know how the law works where I'm from, and that's where I want to go back to.
Big move.
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, I believe we can take care of this. For the purposes of avoiding contract riders, are you giving us any sort of deadline? Any sort of looming sort of Damocles situation? Or are we taking care of this at our convenience and then we'll be done with each other?
Oh, I'd like if you could see to it in the next 24 hours.
Ah, that sounds familiar.
There it
All right,
is.
I'll see what I can do.
You're investigators.
24
I'm sure it'll be no problem for you. We've had trouble pinning him down, even ambushes we've set. He's been able to escape messily. So, rather than trying to bring him to us anymore, I trust that you will be able to find him yourselves.
Ingrid's been, like, reading between the lines of this whole conversation a little bit, like, oh, you know, he's struggled to find something that he could assign Bileyg that fits the limitations of his contract, and he's stretching the definition of doing good here, but in a way that's perfectly fine, because his guys who were definitely doing crimes have been getting stopped by a do-gooder, but the do-gooder has also been doing vigilante shit, which is why it's working. But so I'm going to ask, out of curiosity, what sort of things have you been using as bait to lure this individual out? Anything that they seem to go for more than others or keep a closer eye on?
Oh, mostly desperate people in undeniable harm's way.
Yeah, I think we could find one of those.
Well, you ask a stupid question, you get a stupid answer. I don't know what to tell you.
Like, glance back at Fally, like, whoa.
Easy.
16.
Big doe eyes.
Straight up bambying it.
And you say that this vigilante has been targeting your people for the most part?
Oh, targets lots of people, but my people get caught in the crossfire.
Yeah.
What kind of people do they target? Just so that it's out in the clear.
Oh, people who are causing problems for others, usually.
So how exactly is this in the service of good if the vigilante is stopping people who are causing problems?
Oh, two wrongs don't make a right. We all know that. You think that there are no innocent people who've gotten hurt in the process of him waging his one-man war across the hive? I know that you're trying to look for a loophole, but talking to the master of them, I know that, obviously, he seeks out those who are more evil aligned. That hasn't been the only people to get crushed under his heel, though.
I'm aware.
All right. I got one more question before we get out of your hair. I'll do my best, and that's a promise. But I can't do everything, and I might fail. What happens if that happens?
Oh, well, I get your soul.
All right. I assumed, but it's never good to assume in cases like these.
No, I like to hash these things out beforehand, because then afterwards it's awkward when you come to the person, you're like, I need to collect on payment, and they're like, what is the payment? And you're like, well, this is what we agreed upon. They say this isn't what we agreed upon. Much smoother this way. Thank you for asking.
I appreciate a good
Anytime.
bureaucracy.
All right. Well,
Okay, well, puts an hourglass on the table, flips it over.
You're going...
His hand begins to slowly run
Are you
through.
going to flip that one
So
24
theatrical.
times, or do you have 24 other hourglasses that you're going to one by one flip over as time progresses?
It's a 24-hour glass, actually.
You'd think it'd be bigger.
It's got a very, very, very small puck dimension to the plane of dust.
It just seems...
And it goes back into the plane of dust when it hits the bottom.
You know what? I fear
Yes.
I've opened a foolish line of
No, it
inquiry
fills
given
up.
our overwhelming time pressure. Should we go?
all right. Bileyg's just
Okay,
going to turn
good
and
luck.
walk away. I think he's assuming the conversation is done.
Yeah?
Farewell.
Unless you have anything else to ask.
Nope.
The conversation is done. You are lowered back down to the ground floor, escorted out onto the street with barely a push from these halberd-bearing devils. And the hive ward is yours. The afternoon is mid. in the sense of
say.
how far it is, not in the quality of the afternoon.
Well,
I don't know.
Jury's out.
Darkness will be upon you in a few short hours. Investigators have opened and shut, and also Fally. What would you like to do?
Detectives, I know what we're going to do today. Yes, a couple of things. Oobtaglor, it seems like you know more about this individual than the rest of us, so perhaps a information download is upon us. Bileyg, this is kind of your deal, seeing as your soul is on the line, so please feel free to guide the investigation. I know that technically it is my detective agency, but I would not want to do this in any way that would make you unhappy or would cost you your soul, so I'm going to be deferring to you quite a lot. And also, Fally, welcome. We have to do this post-haste. Perhaps it would aid your defense of Bileyg to see firsthand the good work he gets up to here in Sigil and just kind of come along for the ride on this one, because I don't think we're going to be going back to the office anytime soon.
Fally looks around at the neighborhood, the buildings, and is just like, yes, I think that would be wise. After all, if your soul is taken and consumed, I can't prove your innocence, and my quest will be in vain. So, yes, I'm gonna follow right behind you.
Yeah.
And sort of tucks himself behind Bileyg.
I suppose it would rather handily prove exactly the opposite of my innocence.
Man, can you guys imagine if you fail this episode and Bileyg's just done? Man,
Slot
that'd
is
be
my
great.
backup character.
Slot is your backup character. Nameless Slot.
Nameless
from the
Slot,
intro
best
of
boy.
episode 6. Yes, great. Well, with that sorted, Oobtaglor, what do you know about this vigilante?
Not much. Honestly, most of the information that I know has been revealed at that table. Everything that I know came from various, let's say, visitors of the gatehouse, which is how I can sort of attest to people of all sorts of moralities coming under fire of this character.
Interesting.
But he's considered a vigilante named Fain, and the little cute illusion that the Savario?
Savario,
Yes.
yeah.
Was that his name?
Yeah.
Savario is the name of the Cambion you just spoke to.
The little cute illusion of blood sucking that Savario alluded to was more real than not, because I think they're a vampire.
It's like in the great stage show, Semi-Peak. This is the skin of a killer, Oobtaglor.
Each one is
Jail.
worse than the last.
Jail.
Jail for 1,000 years.
to the loop.
Hey, where the hell you been,
You
Loca?
just haul her kicking and screaming and dump her in.
You do a bad
Well-
enough joke and the lady just mazes you.
Quick, I need an apple to eat confusingly.
But I do have a plan to ambush Fain.
Oh?
Oh.
We start beating someone up, and then they'll come to us.
Oobtaglor, I'm gonna have to stop you right there.
No, hear me out. Because not 2 weeks ago, you shut me down for a certain plan that involved reanimating a created corpse.
Yes,
No,
I did do
flesh
that.
puppet. But we can use that as the thing to beat up.
All right. So, plans so far. We've got number 1 with a bullet. Beat on flesh puppet until vampire attacks you. Okay. Cool.
We're not actually beating someone up.
No, many
We're just very
objections.
convincingly making it look so.
Are there a lot of vampires in Sigil?
There are some. Like, it's not, you've been around a lot. You haven't never met a vampire. But how do I describe this? It's a bad ecosystem for them. Because you can't escape. You don't want a whole bunch of you running around.
A lot of things, not
That's
a lot
how
of
you
things
get that
with blood.
like Buffy end of the world vampire nonsense that Spike is always trying to avoid. For everyone who's watched Buffy
Hey,
out there,
you're preaching to the
for everyone
Spike
else, I'm sorry.
choir,
People.
baby. Swoosh
Yeah.
that trench coat and enter in season 3 more dramatically. I dare you.
So it's a bad ecosystem because it's a closed system. You don't want a whole bunch of like predators that make other predators running around. So they also tend to have pretty big egos. So
And Sigil doesn't have a sun, but is the daylight still bad for them, or nah?
This is a good question.
Actually, it's a great question.
Was it considered already?
Let me double check the official ruling on that's the DM guide, not the monster manual.
It's a
double check the official
fascinating-
ruling on wording here because it is not technically sunlight; it is daylight.
It's a
which
fascinating question.
The spell
One
daylight
originally
does not affect
explored.
vampires.
I was in a production of Nosferatu back in the day, and
You can't just drop. I was trying. You can't just do that.
it's in the name. I'm pretty sure it's public domain. Specific production notwithstanding, but we had to really reckon in the lighting with how we wanted to represent for a largely Sigil native audience the concept of sunlight. For people who've not had a sun, it can get a little bit confusing.
It is a black omen to journey in poor health.
Sorry.
I'm really excited for this episode.
He takes radiant damage. He takes radiant damage in the presence of sunlight, and it is not sunlight; it is daylight here in Sigil. There is no sun. It is an ambient, sourceless light that fills the world.
So vampires can just operate whatever in this place.
The vampires can just operate whenever.
Okay, cool. And that also means they don't need to like have underground lairs. All right.
Just because
now
someone
have
does
less
not
information.
Unless they're into
need
that
to
kind of
have
thing.
style and flair does not mean that they won't have style and flair. So let's not operate under that assumption just yet.
Yeah, they don't need to wear capes with high collars, but
You think I
Oh,
wear
this guy
these
wears a
heels
cape
for
with a high
fun?
collar?
For practicality? No, dear.
No,
at all.
demonstrably not. We have spent too much time in sewers for me to ever think that about your shoe choices.
I don't
Well, I
actually
suppose
honestly
this is-
hate Oobtaglor's plan in that I feel like our best bet is going to be luring this vigilante out with something appealing to them. But I fear that if they see us beating up on, crash test dummy or no, beating up something, they might jump to doing vigilante things. And Bileyg, please tell me if I'm off on this, but I get the impression that you probably don't want to just kill this person outright.
I'd rather avoid it if I can, It.
kill him again.
I suppose that's true. It's an undead situation. Look, like I said earlier, we can't judge this guy until we know exactly what they're doing and why. I'm not gonna try and, ice them just because they're undead. There's plenty of people undead in this city.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think my hands are a little bit tied on this one. And, it's nobody's fault but my own, but we gotta make this person unable to continue doing this in Sigil. And there's a lot of riders on that we could potentially lever, but if we can avoid just a knockdown, drag out, brawl first thing, I'd appreciate it. I think it would be good to give this guy a chance to say his side of the story at least.
I could
If I
stop.
may, has this this person, this being, has he perhaps ever? Does he ever do a vigilante that isn't murder? Like, does he assist someone crossing the road, or a helpless person, or a cat up a tree? Sort of a thing that would need help but wouldn't immediately elicit such a violent reaction.
I learned about Fain through the channels of the gatehouse, which means that the people I was talking to were horribly maimed and injured.
The Gatehouse is a medical treatment facility. Lovely place. Lady in charge. Enormously kind, friendly. Gave me these. I have two little horn nubs in the curls of my hair. I'm just an ordinary halfling otherwise, but they're just, they're pretty hard to see, but blink.
Not really helping with the devilish...
I thought that was a great detail as well.
I think Fally has a little notebook. It's just sort of scribbling in it sometimes.
God, we're being
Pulls out
audited.
scribbles.
Yeah, she was real obliging. Resurrected me. Very nice of her.
Well, it seems like we kind of seem to have two courses of action. We don't know a lot about this vigilante's secret hideout of sorts, but we are investigators in our own right. So either we create the Oobtaglor School of Distraction and Bait, or perhaps we can find out of some other going-ons in the hive that we could also appear at. We are, again, investigators by trade. I feel if we can't sniff out a simple day-to-day crime and just are aware of its existence, then we are up to some shit. I could literally, I suppose I could ask the sod killers. They might be doing things. They don't like us, but they could be doing things.
Well, I mean, I do live in this neighborhood. Like, how many crimes per hour are we usually talking about out here?
Oh, just a ton.
Yeah, I kind of thought so.
Mostly against other people committing crimes. It's a real hive of scum and villainy, you know?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Backstabbing backstabbers kind of situation.
I know a devil who sells some street food out in the grease pit. Not super useful generally. I mean, lovely fellow, delicious grilled meats, but pretty familiar with locals. We could try that. Does anyone have it feels like we might have to make a crime is the thing. But I'd love an alternative.
I would also love an alternative. I will say, sidestepping that, we could also try and narrow in on where this guy might be based. If there's a specific cluster in the hive where he's been specifically thwarting crimes, could attempt to triangulate, is at the point, start a search.
Do we have that information, Oobtaglor?
We could go to the gatehouse and see if anyone has been, anyone has been is in there because of Fain. We could go back to the Slaughterhouse Tavern and ask the bearded devils where they've been attacked.
I think I'd like to avoid that if we can.
No guarantees that there's anyone at the gatehouse.
Where you guys been getting stomped?
Yeah.
Well, it seems like we have some decisions to make about how to proceed with the investigation. So, why don't we take our little break, and when we come back, we will pick up with whatever methods you decide to take, whether that be asking questions, visiting contacts, or beating on a animated meat puppet until a vigilante arrives to stop you. We'll catch you all back here in just a moment, folks.
Yes.
Rolling with difficulty.
Has your plug pin been looking a little lonely? Do you need a reminder to forego sleeves and cook yourself a snack? Then have we got the pin pack for you. Kyana and Finbar enamel pins are now available for pre-order over on our crowd-made store. Designed by our very own Wally, these sturdy members of the Per Aspera crew are ready to join a new crew, your pin collection. Pre-orders are open from now until March 7th, so be sure to snag them while you can. And if you need even more to sweeten the deal, CrowdMade is offering 10% off your second item when you select 2 items from the Kyana and Finbar collection. So what are you waiting for? Head over to crowdmade.com and pick up the Kyana and Finbar pin pack for yourself.
Twice Rolled Tales is a New York City-based TTRPG studio creating on-screen actual plays that pack a big punch. They feature a rotating cast of some of the best TTRPG performers in the city, and completely original genres and system mashups. If their prop work isn't enough to inspire your home games, then check out their published adventures. Their most recent titles include Tabletop Gone Mad and Burning Down the Goat. One-shot games, great for hours of madcap fun. You can find Twice Rolled Tales on YouTube, or direct from their website, twicerolledtales.com.
Have you ever wondered why all those Hallmark movies are so formulaic? Well, there's a reason. A huge, cosmic, reality-shattering reason. The love gods demand love. And only you can maintain the ritual. Love for the Love Gods is a queer collaborative comedy storytelling game about tweaking the delicate balance of corny kish. Too much affectionate chemistry, the ritual fizzles. Those enemies never become lovers. The gods' fury cometh. Player characters live through a manicured and manipulated experience on an elaborate set, ever watched by the Love Machine, a vast shadowy organization seeking to shape the fate of those within. Players work together to create the cutest town and act out their romance within it, or else face the Love God's wrath. Designed by Graham Gentz, creator of Under the Autumn Strangely, Love for the Love Gods promises a one-shot experience eldritch beings and rom-com enthusiasts can all enjoy. So appease the Love Gods and check out Love for the Love Gods, available now on BackerKit.
Rolling with difficulty. When last we left our heroes, You were all standing in the hive ward determining what your course of action was going to be for finding this Fain Dragomir, the vampire vigilante who has been plaguing the ne'er-do-wells of Sigil, specifically Savario, in order to, free Bileyg's immortal soul. So, investigators of Open and Shut, what would you like to do? I can see we all thought about it during the break.
Well,
I thought about my plan a ton.
not for nothing. I mean, Bileyg, ultimately this is your immortal soul that's on the line here, so you do get to dictate quite a bit of how we go about this. I'm struggling to come up with a valid alternative to Oobtaglor's plan. So I would love to know how you'd like to proceed, because otherwise I think we have to go with Operation Ooze.
First of all, very inspired name. Love
you.
it. I don't have a better plan for how to navigate the situation. It's not a good situation, and ideally we wouldn't be in it, but there's nothing we can do about that right now. I think that, the hive ward, there's a lot going on, but I think trying to find whatever crime this guy's drawn to is a bit of a needle in a haystack situation. There's always stuff happening in the hive ward. We don't know which one would draw his attention.
The only thing I can think of in terms of bait that could draw attention, just from the vampire angle of it all, is there's a lot of things in Sigil that have weird or no blood. So we do have a distinct advantage on our side by having at least 2 to 3 people with just regular blood. Or someone, Oobtaglor, can you make a big bucket of
Can you make the punching bag bloody?
Could you just make blood? Is that a thing that you can create?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure this isn't
120
morally
gold pieces
wrong, but I
worth.
still don't like it. You know what I mean?
Can I ask a point of clarification? I've heard meat puppet thrown around. Could I ask first what?
Okay.
And then also, is this animated, or is it just sort of a thing that lies upon the ground and then we are to kick it?
Stop it like it's Office Space fax machine.
Oobtaglor will describe this in character, but Noir will say that I have that Oobtaglor has an ability called Performance of Creation, in which I can create one non-magical item of your choice. It can, at my 6th level, it can be large, up to large, and the maximum value of the item is 120 gold pieces. We have determined that a corpse or as accurate of a meat puppet as we can make it, that looks like a person. Maybe the organs aren't correct. Maybe that you don't have all of them. Maybe it's just meat and not blood necessarily inside of it. Is a valid thing that I can create.
We came up with this plan and did not use it because we were attempting to find a way to outsmart a guy who vivisects people for fun, slight difference. And we concluded that we couldn't make it accurate enough to stand up to scrutiny. And also that it was gross and weird, but that was kind of secondary to the part where it wouldn't work.
The second part to this is that I have another ability called Animating Performance. As an action, you can target a large or smaller non-magical item you can see within 30 feet of you and animate it.
So this is so opposed to last time in which this plan did not work. We're gonna do it this time, which will definitely work.
I am aware that this is your first impression of me. But I do think that this is a good implementation of this idea.
Was that in character as...
That was in character.
Okay.
That last part.
So to say, okay, so again, deferring to everyone else on this for sure, but my understanding is we were afraid that we will become vigilanted. So perhaps we swap the order. One of us is the kicked and the meat puppet is the attacker, because unless I'm missing something, we don't care if the meat puppet gets vigilanted.
That's not a bad way to switch it up.
I'm not opposed.
Also
as long as I get to make a flesh puppet.
Oobtaglor, I know it's been one of your greatest dreams for the last 2 weeks. I understand. This is a very big day for you.
It's so funny that so many people were stuck on the idea of kicking the flesh puppet that no one until Fally considered the alternative, which is what if the flesh puppet kicked us?
I think we weren't sure how animated was in this context. Is it going to be flopping around?
And you know what? I'll be the kick. I'll be the kicked. And I'll put on my hat of disguise and I'll transform into, I don't know. No, little German boy, don't be kicked.
Giant lollipop propeller beanie.
Oh no!
Obviously some kind of fey creature.
It's getting worse by the minute. It's
You never know what the city's gonna throw at you, you know? Every day's a new surprise.
I guess this is as good an idea as any. Is there a certain Bileyg, you live in the Hive? I admit it's not the place I spent the most time in the world. Is there a particular area that's like a marketplace or where many people congregate? I'm just thinking of where Vigilante might spend a lot of time lurking.
Oh, I mean, we got like a surplus of shadowy, crooked alleyways and such like. Although mostly the only people that goes through are like tourists who don't know no better and who I don't get to in time to direct to an actual main road.
That does sound like where we'd be going.
So for to answer the question, I think that Bileyg would know this well enough. There are multiple choices here, but you do have two kind of big choices. So. That were mentioned, which is Ingrid was like, are there any populous places at night that we could be doing this in? And the answer to that would be the Gatehouse Night Market is like it's like the what do you call it's like the market ward like bazaar during the day, but it's all like illicit and stuff like that. It happens at night. Everything pops up out of nowhere, and all these people are in there, and it's just as happening and bustling. It's not. There are people obviously in trench coats want to buy a sundial, but it's a little more open. There's no police like. There's no law here to like you see what they're up to. It's just darker, nastier stuff going on. But it's very like Blade Runner-y, where it's like shadowy and neon light kind of stuff. You guys need a big coat or you're never getting in. So there is that, and then there's also plenty of back alleys too if you want to do something that is less open, like you suggest, as you suggested, Bileyg. That was correct. That there's plenty of shadowy places you could go where no one would bother you.
I mean, I didn't want to assume. It's just it kind of feels like Fain does not seem like the type to drop down in the middle of a crowded night market and start pummeling somebody.
Descends, bat wings open on a wire. Because and then the big
that's
sting
the question.
plays.
Which flavor of Batman are we dealing with today? Is it the one from The Batman who makes a spectacle out of punching criminals?
We're playing with
a
Batman who is, because vampires can turn to bats sometimes.
What?
When they go and they're...
No, sorry, my audio processing fully lost you like halfway
I was
through that
gonna say,
sentence.
the mic does not know what to make of that sound you just made.
You know how vampires turn into bats and they go... and they fly away?
Oh, yes.
Oh, you were making a vampire joke.
Making a vampire joke.
Good job.
I see.
Inspired. Okay, so are we thinking
Don't worry,
big
the
market?
audience laughed.
Yeah, I'm sure they like it.
At me or with me?
They're all snapping at home.
At me or with me?
What?
There's simply no way of knowing. Okay, so do we want to try Operation Get Mugged in Public or Operation Get Mugged in this shady alleyway situation?
I mean, I would like to go to the night market because I'm a little peckish, but I think that the alleyway might be better for our purposes. Is there any thoughts?
I found it's much less embarrassing to get kicked in an alleyway. I mean, I wouldn't know. I've seen other people get kicked in alleyways, and that seems like it was embarrassing for them.
Fally's been saying enough stuff. I would like to officially insight check.
So the way I mediate roles like that between the player is if someone wants to insight, I ask the player who's being incited if they would like to do contested roll. If you want to keep it like unclear, you could just say that the other person can be suspicious, but they don't have confirmation one way or the other. Or if you want to roll with it, you can literally roll with it and do a contested deception against insight or persuasion against insight.
Contested deception, but I feel like I should have disadvantage.
Okay, fantastic. I love when a player gives themselves disadvantage.
Heck yeah.
You know what? Just for that, you get an inspiration.
So you can negate it to just roll it flat.
An inspiration in this campaign, we roll inspiration as the bardic dice of the appropriate level. So other campaigns that award DM inspiration, it's like a reroll. I find that getting that extra little boost is more dramatic than just re-rolling a dice. I'm sure some people disagree with me, but in this case, your level, I believe it's a D8, Noir?
It's a D8.
Yes.
Perfect. So go ahead and mark on your character sheet. You have a DM inspiration which does not expire. You can use it at any time, or even share it to others if you wish. But you have that. You have that, and go ahead and make your deception at disadvantage, contested against Oobtaglor's insight.
Okay. Right. I already have a -1 to it.
Oh my god.
Confirmed not a sorcerer.
Oh, I almost rolled a 1. Okay, that's a 6.
Dirty 20. Oh, dear.
Yeah.
All right. So, Fally, or I guess I should say Linnie, what does Oobtaglor gleam from a 20 versus 6 check there?
Specifically, Oobtaglor has been like taking note of like anytime Linnie has said or Fally has said like, oh yeah, I'm a real adventurer. I've been all over I've done so many adventures, you guys. And so Oobtaglor's like thinking about that, and then this is kind of like the straw that broke the camel's back, so to speak.
Yeah.
I haven't been beaten up in alleys.
That's never happened to Fally, not once, and he's offended that you would even suggest such a thing had happened to him. No, so I think Oobtaglor looks at Fally, and basically everything that you think is true about Fally is probably true, and everything that Fally has said that you think is untrue is definitely a lie. He's an absolute tourist. And, I mean, like, the shine hasn't even been really knocked off his adventurer's boots. Like, Fally is the equivalent of a kid who went out and bought a bunch of, like, adventuring gear and tried to hike a mountain and, like, got blisters before they even got to the base of the mountain and has given up. But for some reason is lying about it and unwilling to just, like, call for help and get out.
Oh,
I see.
Boy.
You're a giant nerd.
Yeah.
All right.
Man, so out of place.
Austin, you can facilitate whether or not this needs like another roll or isn't part of the roll, but does Oobtaglor believe... Would Oobtaglor believe Fally's statement that they're here to help Bileyg?
So this is a little deeper, and I'm still going to turn it over to Linnie to ask, do you think that that's something that Oobtaglor would be able to learn anything about here, or do you think that is still kind of opaque, obscure from their interaction so far?
Yeah, I think Fally clearly knows something, and so it's a little opaque as to like what they're actually what he's actually trying to accomplish with that. But like I think it is, you're like, okay, well there's a reason that he's specifically interested in Bileyg. That's not, he's not just like randomly pick someone. That like he has at least some deeper, legitimate connection to this particular incident.
It seems too specific. Oh, go on.
Yeah.
I think, just to narrate, it seems too specific, his knowledge of Bileyg, to be completely falsehood, like just spun up spontaneously, but also you're getting the sense that there's a lot that is being overstated or directly on purpose hidden from you, and the motive as to why he was seeking out Bileyg might be one of those things.
Okay. Oobtaglor will just keep that in there. Nerve endings.
In the place they've decided their brain is this week.
Implication of a pocket.
Do you think Oobtaglor is like an octopus, right? Where they've got like multiple brains, or like starfish, right? Where you've got multiple brains. So the more arms you lose, the dumber you are? Or is it just sort of spread equidistant?
So funny you should say that. Plasmoid creation or procreation, I suppose.
Reproduction. We're
Reproduction,
already
thank
having
you.
birds and the bees. Our new player has not been here for 2 hours, and you're regaling them with how you reproduce?
It's important to
Plasmoid
have
reproduction
robust
is
sex
asexual in that
education, or else you just have
they
terrible
separate
side effects.
an entire other being from themselves, and it retains, for the most part, all of the adult memories that it has up to that point. but it is in effect a new being from that point forward. Oobtaglor Burr being Oobtaglor, child of Oobtaglor. So there was a previous Oobtaglor that spawned Oobtaglor here.
Also, I have going back to the flesh puppet plan, I have a proposal.
Thank God we're back on the flesh puppet.
My proposal is only that when you make it, you make the blood out of something debilitating, like a poison effect.
Ooh.
So that when he like slashes or bites it open, he gets like some detriments that help us potentially fighting him.
I don't
But
know
maybe
if I
one
can
that
fill the
isn't
entire...
Poisonous
go.
to you as well, in case it sort of leaks.
Yeah, ideally not like xenomorph blood acid stuff, but like if you drank it, it would be bad. I don't think Bileyg would think of this to suggest, but I do think that it would be cool.
Yeah, Red is perfectly capable of suggesting it to the party.
Hell yeah.
Well, yeah, what's something that explodes on contact with the air?
Because that couldn't possibly backfire on us.
Well, look up
This
and
is
see
my
if
white
napalm is in the
phosphorus
DMG.
So
Maybe like
a basic vial of poison, which deals
just like
1d4 poison damage, is 100 gold pieces?
Oh no, I forgot it would cost money. Never mind. Okay, blood's good.
Yeah.
We can just do blood.
Regular blood is fine if you can't make your own. Flesh puppet
I'm surprised
homunculi
that
is
poison
fine.
costs that much. The economy is in shambles.
Well, remember, adventure economy is very different. Y'all are getting so much gold all the time as adventure. I mean, not you guys. I don't give any of you guys gold ever. But you're getting so much gold all the time that they have to justify something to spend it on. Because the magic item money system of D&D 5e is broken and doesn't work.
It's like how when things are priced for weddings, they like upscale the price by like 10 to 100 fold because it's like we know you've got wedding money, but like normally
Those
it would be
bastards.
like yeah.
Yes. So
Not to fucking twist the knife. Good luck with that.
congrats, Austin. So
I mean-
the plan as it stands, find spooky alleyway. Oobtaglor is going to get beat up by Flesh Puppet in spooky alleyway, and the rest of us, perhaps anyone who does not feel confident in their hiding abilities keeps watch at an opposite end of the alleyway, and those of us...
I mean, she could be talking about anybody. That could be anybody. I'm actively gleaming. My armor, Fally, you may have noticed, Bileyg's armor is like adamantine scale mail with the crest of the City of Swords on it. Like it's under a coat, but it's still extremely shiny. like the only reason he's not getting robbed is he's figured out how to walk like a person who belongs here. But yeah, so it also makes noises every time I move.
Fally says, yes, I, of course, I'm good at several things, but stealth, not maybe one of them.
Good. So Bileyg can take one end of the alleyway, and you can take the other, and I'll hide somewhere near the body because I feel like I miss Everard. I miss Nix. God, we keep losing rogue types.
Okay, we doing this?
Oobtaglor?
Yes, Oobtaglor, I think we're doing
We're
this.
doing it.
Joy.
I don't like that.
Okay.
Good. That was
I don't
a
like
good
the
read.
real feelings this is bringing out in Noir.
All right. So,
I'm just so proud of this idea, you
Make my
guys.
monster grow.
First we were doing a vampire thing, now we're doing a Frankenstein thing. Who's next?
We're gonna need to
Wolfman?
name this the Monster Mash. It's the only way.
Yes! Operation Monster Mash.
Okay.
I like it. Okay, so my question is, are you going to Dark Corner Hive or happening, what do you call it, a Night Market Hive?
Well, to make the body, probably Dark Alley is better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you do have a little bit before dark. Is there anything that you'd like to undertake before then, or you just kind of want to scope out the best looking alley?
I'll get dinner for everybody while they're scoping out the best looking alley. And if
Okay.
Fally wants to come with, he can, but I'm not gonna twist his arm.
So why don't we run
Do you
this
mention
as
that there's
one?
food?
Yes.
He comes. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Great.
Why don't we run this as one extended scene, because you guys are gonna have to pick out the alley, but also Bileyg and Fally are going to be the ones furthest back not part of the ruse here. So you guys go and get settled, Ingrid and Oobtaglor. How long does your manifested item last, Oobtaglor?
So this is the thing. The performance of creation, so creating the flesh puppet, it lasts for 3 hours. Animation, it lives for 1 hour.
Okay. How many times
do the
can you
animation
animate?
again? Yeah.
Once a day for both.
Ah, okay.
Okay. All right. So
So we only have like an hour for Fain to notice and get to us.
Now, I've done a lot of stage combat in my day, and if there's one thing I've learned, it's all in how you sell it. So, Oobtaglor, you're going to really have to loudly sell being beat up.
Okay.
I'm trusting you to do a good performance here, because it seems like that's kind of how we're getting all the attention, and we have a limited time window. So, be good.
All right. So, a few hours pass. You find the alley, and Oobtaglor and Ingrid are going to take their places. In the meantime, Fally and Bileyg go and get some food. What kind of food are you looking to grab?
I think so of course it's the Hive Ward. This is Bileyg's neighborhood. Bileyg has ranged far afield to various restaurants, but all of the restaurants in this neighborhood he's frequented at least once. So he wants the most non-threatening restaurant for a newbie that's within easy walking distance so they can get back quickly.
Most non-threatening, you say? All right, give me one moment. We have Bog Standard, which is a run by bullywugs, frog people. Patties served up at this shack are described as damp with an unexpected crunch.
Bad, so bad.
Very good.
There's the humongous fungus, which is located in a giant mushroom. Customers rave about the mushroom meld. It's run by myconids. Make it snappy. This is a rolling cart that has a bottomless tank because it's got a demi-plane to the plane of water, so you catch your own dinner if you would like to participate in a short fishing minigame.
No.
Yes, I will absolutely do a short fishing minigame to bond with our fun new player. If you told me there was a fishing minigame in this campaign, I would have done it
To be
episode
fair,
1.
okay, I let me get through. I want to get through all of them. We've got Slim Pickins, which is run by a buzzard-looking Aarakocra, which is a barbecue joint that serves sustainably sourced roadkill.
Could be good. That could be an option.
I would not classify that as
That's just called
non-threatening.
my cousin's house.
We have Sugar and Spice, which is a candy shop owned by a fairy dragon named Pancake.
That's adorable, but it's not good for dinner. You know, we
Sweet
gotta
enough
get
to rattle
something
Lich's
hearty in us
teeth.
before a fight.
And you have the Vine. This is a plant-based cuisine option, a vegetarian oasis, home to Mustivals, which are like mice guys, who offer teas and throat-scraping razor vine wraps.
Come on.
Maybe
Throat
not that.
Scraping?
Well, I guess
Throat
we have no choice
scraping,
but
yeah,
to do the
razor vine.
fishing hole. It's a shame.
No other option. That's
No
the only
other
thing that can be
option.
done.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh gosh, DM, you're really twisting our arm on this one. What a shame.
Ingrid's now
I've been
canonically
doing
whatever
dredge
the
for a week
inverse of a
just to drink this.
pescatarian is. I eat everything but fish, actually.
I will say, Sophia, I recently bought Sonic Frontiers, and it has a fishing minigame, and this was like at this point I was like, why is there a fishing minigame in my Sonic game? This is the point. This was the point where I was like, I understand where Sophia is getting at here.
How
just
quickly we forget
happens
our history.
too
The fishing
often.
minigame where you catch Froggy, the iconic part of the game that everybody loathed because the camera controls were garbage.
In what games? Which Sonic
I
game?
think that might have been Sonic Adventure 2. I don't know the game specifically, but
It
it shows up in the
just
comic a
feels
lot,
like-
so you know it counts.
In a game
All
where
right.
we are making up the game in our minds actively right now, there is literally no reason to insert a fishing minigame that we mechanically will also have to make up in our minds.
Too late, it's happening. Also, let the record
Red,
show
go
that
ahead,
I'm
roll
not the
me a
one who brought Sonic
D10.
into this.
Roll me a
D10, you
D10.
got it, Chief.
Anyone who mentions Sonic again gets a negative inspiration.
It's a 9.
That's a 9.
It's yes. Why are you laughing?
You haul up an eel that's big enough to feed 12 people.
Yo!
So, like,
You watch
leftovers for tomorrow.
Yeah, you watch as Bileyg takes you to this spot. It's just a cart that has like a lid, a big pot with a lid on it. And as they open it up, you see it's just bottomless abyss in there. Hands the fishing rod. Bileyg, you cast it in, and about 5 minutes later, the whole thing goes like bends down, starts to pull in. Bileyg, go ahead, make me an athletics check.
An athletics check, sure thing, boss. Okay, let's see. Wow, I actually have proficiency in this. I had no idea because I don't think I've ever used this skill before. 23. Why am I doing so good?
You get this thing on the hook, you set it, and you just reel this thing in. People are standing in the hive ward. There's a bunch of there's like a dude with like one eye and an eye patch. And this is like a shady looking dude. He's like, and you pull out this eel, the head just pulling, and the body compresses to make it through this relatively small opening, and then flop onto the ground, and the thing starts flopping. You see, there's a water genasi who runs this, who like everyone's applauding, and then just comes over with a hatchet. Bunk. Takes the head off, tosses it back into the well, and hands you this enormous, like 5 foot long eel.
Amazing. How do they cook these is the question.
Yeah.
Do they have a place to cook it, or am I just supposed to take bites out of it?
You can have it cooked, or you could is it sashimi? What is raw eel? You can eat raw eel, right?
That's a kind of sashimi, yeah. It's an
Unagi,
unagi
thank
sashimi.
You could go unagi. What are you feeling?
I do cooked. You never know what weird parasites you're gonna pull out of the plane of
There
water.
are lots of extra planar parasites, so you get it grilled right up for you. Open a plane to the a portal to the plane of fire, and just roast it right over the in unspeakably hot sky of the plane of fire.
I think I can see the city of brass from here.
And then bagged up for you to take back, like wrapped up butcher paper fish and chips style.
A stack of packages taller
It's not a
than
bunch
me.
of those little bags that like goldfish would come at a fair.
They just give you a whole bottle of vinegar, just like the whole thing.
Yeah, complimentary.
You and Fally head back to the alley that has been preset. Darkness begins to fall, and you take your positions at the head of the alley. While you walk, and then while you wait, Bileyg and Fally, what do you talk about? Or is it tense silence?
I think Bileyg is going to be like pleasantly conversational. Like, this is Bileyg's home neighborhood, so he's like pointing out, like, I know my apartment's down this street. There's a great little corner store down this way, which is really lovely. You know, there's only a few buggings per month, and I do what I can about that. But you know how it is. But yeah, and the sewer is surprisingly spacious.
Housing eel chips.
Oh wow.
Just.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's quite a change. I tell you, you must be handling this better than I did because, for me, I'd never left Mount Celestia, so it was there to here. Ooh, quite the adjustment. But. Careful.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think we adventurers, we roll with the punches. That's what we do. And, this is, this eel, wow. I didn't know that that you had, such fine cuisine here in this, neighborhood.
No, the street food here is top tier. I mean, you gotta be careful. Some of the carts are a little more dubious than others, but that's how it is in all the cities. I gotta say though, adventuring, that's a real exciting way to put it. I never really considered myself an adventurer. I just tried to climb the mountain, find what I was looking for up there. But it never really felt like adventure. It was it was like a job, especially on Mount Celestia. The work of a paladin, just trying to keep order in a plane of near limitless order and good it's a pretty easy job most days,
So
places.
Did you feel like you had to leave Mount Celestia to find your true calling, or no, sort of that is to say, like, do you just want to go back desperately and you think this was a terrible thing that happened to you and there's been no benefits whatsoever, and you don't understand why anyone would ever want to leave? Or, is it, fun? Sometimes?
Well, I miss my wife and daughter. And, my wife certainly couldn't come to Sigil, a little too high up the ladder. And it's not easy not being able to go home. Sophia comes through and I talk to him and he sends messages back for me, which is good. But I do miss it. But, I think if you'd asked me the question first week I was here, I would have had a very different answer for you. Only thing I could think about was going home. Funny story about that. I made an unwise deal with a hag almost my first day in Sigil because I was so desperate to get out of here. And struck a deal, gave her my sword as payment, and she'd send me back. And she dropped me into the ocean at the base of the mountain in my armor. So that didn't go so hot.
It is amazing what people will promise you, and then they will take your stuff in payment, and then they won't give it to you. It's sort of... Does it just happen here all the time, every day?
It's got its moments, but it does seem to be the primary currency of Sigil is promises and trades. And it took some getting used to, and honestly, I'm still no good at managing it, as you can see by the mess we're in today.
Yes, seems like does this happen to you a lot?
No, I'll admit this is a first. I, believe it or not, do my level best to not strike deals with shady characters when I can avoid it. It's just, this is Sigil. You can't walk down the street without rubbing elbows with a shady character or two. And what I've learned, you asked me if there's good parts out here, and I'd say so. I mean, you met the fine folks back at the detective agency, and we're down a member, and I think you'd get along well with Everard. He's a real fun character too. He's currently in a bit of trouble, but suppose we can only do one thing at a time. But no, this is a good bunch, and they're trying to do good, and I think that's the part that drew me to them in the first place. Because a place like this, Sigil, it's got no inherent order, not the way Celestia does. Celestia, it's easy. Up is better. Further up you go, better it is. And place like this, it's a ring. You keep walking, you end up right where you started. And maybe just a little more changed by the experience. But there's still such a thing as right and wrong. And in a place like this, the only force that maintains that is the people who choose to enforce it. And this detective agency, their goal, all they want to do is make things right for people who don't have anyone else to make it right for them. And I thought, if what I was doing on Mount Celestia was just keeping things good, and I come here and the rules are different, maybe what I do here can make more of a difference than what I was doing up there. That's what I hope, anyway. It hasn't really played out that way. But,
Yeah, no. I mean, don't you think don't you think it's easier, though, if, everything does have rules? I mean, isn't it better if we just all agree to follow some rules?
Oh, I think that would be very good, yeah. But, in my experience, that's not at all how people work. I think a lot of things would be easier if everybody just did the right thing, but, in the world we live in, at least in this plane, that's not how it goes. And I think it's important to be able to know what to do when that doesn't happen. Because, for this lady, and I'm going to actually point out, if you'll permit me, DM, there's an elderly dwarven woman who I've seen in this neighborhood before, whose son we found and saved from maze. And I think she lives in this neighborhood. I've seen her around, and she's just down the street. And so I'll just spot her and point her out. She would have no problems in her life beyond, certain limitations of this plane if everyone did what they were supposed to. But because people don't, she needs people like us to help her out of a jam, do what we can to make things right. It would be better if the bad things didn't happen. But the job of, someone like us is to do what we can when the bad things do happen.
Yes, people like us. Right.
Yeah.
Fally is gonna just start eating eel chips, just really, really quickly.
I tell you, it's good to see somebody with a healthy appetite around here. I'm not even sure elves do eat half the time.
It's not my fault. Bileyg doesn't understand how to be dainty. Oobtaglor, try and writhe around a little bit more. I think it'll really sell it.
Are we doing it?
All right. Night falls. Conversations had. Unless there's any other conversations or setup you'd like to have, we're going to cut to whatever hour you think is most appropriate for setting up this ruse.
Midnight.
Okay. I'm
So
thinking.
you'll notice
Anti-peak.
you'll notice that there is a
Please.
The full
map
moon
here.
rises once again.
There's a moon?
I set up a map here, if you can see. So there's an alley that
Ooh.
ends down over here. So Oobtaglor and Ingrid, if you want to place yourselves somewhere among this alley, and then I'm going to say Bileyg and Fally, if you want to be far enough away so as not to arouse suspicion, you should probably place yourself somewhere under this circular green building over here.
Sure thing, boss.
It seems like there's
Right,
sort of a...
okay.
Where are you going to go, Oobtaglor? Because I'll go kind of near where you are.
Okay, are we
Posted
talking
up.
circular green bottom right?
Yep.
Thing?
So in the
Okay,
bottom right
cool.
down over there. Yep. So it's like it is a building, but it's got a roof that really comes kind of far
Yeah.
off. So you could be standing right there underneath that sort of awning there.
Oh,
Awning is the overhang
since
of
we
the
are
roof.
doing prep time, can I have brought along Dog the Steed?
Yes, yeah, you have
Perfect.
hours in which to accomplish things. So
Amazing.
go ahead and place your dog.
Of course, I retrieved Dog from my apartment on the way back with the gills. I was also dropping off like 2/3 of it for leftovers tomorrow in the little like ice chest I got in there.
That's all of y'all for 3 meals. So
Yeah, we're set, guys. A couple extra silver this week because we don't need to buy new food.
And then the silver goes right out the door again as you have to pay the pig tax.
the pig tax, the pig tax.
I think there's a T in that bright shield there.
Right here.
Or maybe it's Bry's shield. Could be cool.
Bright shield.
It is Bright Shield.
Ah,
That's some classic D&D shit right there.
nice.
It's a really classic D&D paladin name, indeed.
Too classic.
You watch as the changeling changes.
Again.
No, Olivia did that so well, I could not possibly.
Okay, so everything is set. I think that the only thing left to do is get this ruse started. So, Noir, I'm going to turn it over to you. I would love for you to paint me a word picture to describe what is about to happen in this alley. What unspeakable acts are about to go down in this alley?
So it very much does look like Mickey Mouse hunched over the broom, conjuring it to rise. But what Oobtaglor does is they begin to sing, and I mentioned this in the first episode, but when Oobtaglor does their performance of creation, it is evoking the choral sounds of the astral sea. And so you hear that same kind of ethereal, angelic sort of voice kind of float in the air. And what Oobtaglor creates, because this is going to be the attacker in this scenario, is on the outward, like skin on the surface, an accurate representation of a bearded devil, but on the inside,
Okay.
it is just meat.
Sure, yeah. I think well within the gold cost there.
Sure.
You know, it's not biologically accurate. You know, you leave out all the trace minerals that would really increase the cost.
Yeah.
All right.
And then when it hits around anti-peak is when Oobtaglor will begin to animate it. And so this animated item does use the dancing item stat block. So I assume that it does something akin to dancing. So what I'm going to have it do is like an Irish jig, basically.
I was gonna say Irish
that-
step dance on you.
Yeah, so Irish step dance is on, and this is the final pièce de résistance. I take my hat of disguise, and I turn myself into Eustace Bangs.
Excellent.
Yeah!
Beautiful.
So,
Finally,
Mark,
the return of the
that-
best voice.
That's gonna earn you a DM inspiration too.
oh, thank you.
Generous today.
Noir, you'll notice that I added Meat Puppet to the battlefield and to your journal, so you should be able to control it.
Thank you. Hopefully I won't do this every episode, so this is only a one-time thing.
And now I'm going to ask for you to make me a deception or performance check, my friend.
Oh, well, help me! I'm being accosted by this bearded devil, this devilish sort of creature. Ah! If there's any, if only there was some authority that could help. But in the absence of said authority, perhaps another fist of the night that could help me in my time of need.
Performance? Hell yeah, let's do it.
I have
Natural 17. 27.
Why did we even doubt?
I was gonna say I'd take the help action, but I don't think he needs it.
27 kind of rips. All right. You all watch as originally just a bag of bones and meat rises up and begins to get a little rhythm in it, and then just starts kicking the shit out of Eustace Banks. Like dribbling a soccer ball, just like boom, 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 and then dancing around. Eustace, for what it's worth, is putting on a great performance. I would like everyone to please make me an investigation check.
Investigation. Okay.
25.
Oh my god. Do the rest of us even need to roll?
I do need everyone to roll because it's going to determine
we're doing a detective campaign.
Stuff.
We said we're going to be solving
12,
mysteries.
okay.
I don't know how anyone else didn't take stats that would make you good at investigation.
Personally,
my
I figured
stance was a
that
6. I had to be economical.
personally I figured that someone would take the investigative role, so I could just do whatever the hell I wanted.
And
Yeah,
now
exactly,
we have
see?
Meat Puppet.
All right.
And now we have me.
Who got an 18 or higher? Really stumbling over my words there. So Linnie got an 18. Sophia got an 18. Noir, what'd you get?
Oh, I'm also doing the investigation.
You also need to make one.
Busy
Okay,
getting
okay.
dribbled by like a basketball.
I'm using luck.
Yeah. Huh?
Dirty 20.
Okay. So that's sorry about this, Bileyg.
Hey, no worries.
Everyone rolled higher than an 18 except for Bileyg. So you notice after about 3 to 5 minutes of the performance going on, which is incredibly convincing, you watch as the razor vines that you'll see here on the map begin to twist and shift a little bit, and dare say even take on humanoid forms. Manifesting from each of these spots, the razor vine blights appear, ready to attack. With a DC of 18, you're able to discern their arrival, with the exception of Bileyg, who, I'm sorry, is going to be surprised for this first round of combat. Could I have everyone please roll me an initiative? Roll me initiative so we get this started.
Sure thing. Hold on. The map is being
This is ruining the illusion. You guys
Or it's
aren't
just making the
Fain.
illusion even better. Now we're really in peril.
Nat 20.
Ooh.
Hey.
All right, go ahead and drop those in chats in the
And
in the
a-
chat of Roll20 so that I can find them.
Now, do we think these Razorvine Blights are working with our vampiric vigilante, or do we think they're their own situation? This and more we'll find out after this initiative check.
Okay, so
Do you have any modifiers to your initiative, Linnie?
No.
Ah. Dang, and that 20 is good then.
yeah, that's only pretty good. Descending order, we have going first, Fally Brightshield with a 20, followed by Oobtaglor at 19, Bileyg at 13, the Razorvine Blights at 10, and finally Ingrid at 8. So, watching all of these things manifest, although you are far around the corner, let's see if we can move you guys a little bit closer, I think is only fair to say. You'd be somewhere around here. Watching these Razorvine Blights manifest, these humanoid shapes made of the twisting thorny, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like parasite of Sigil that grows out of all the crevices, like an invasive species here. Fally, what would you like to do? You have the initiative.
Yes, okay. This is the first time I've played a cleric, so bear with me as I'm figuring out slightly what to do. I think I'm going to...
Oh, they have advantage at the start of combat. They rolled the
I do,
same
or-
thing. Never mind. Keep going. Nothing happened.
Nothing and nothing. Okay, I think I am going to cast heroism on... Who's next to me?
Me.
You got Bileyg there.
Bileyg.
And the
Yeah,
dog.
definitely Bileyg. I think I'm gonna cast
Okay.
heroism on Bileyg.
Ooh.
And so I also have Voice of Authority. So as I enchant Bileyg, you can use your reaction immediately after the spell to make one weapon attack against a creature of your choice as a reaction.
I think we're pretty far away from them.
Yeah.
Unless you have a seriously ranged weapon. Okay,
That would be
so
you,
don't need to do
having
that.
a ranged weapon, Bileyg. So yeah, so
Oh,
as a
me?
cleric
Yeah.
of Helm,
Oh.
Yeah,
as a cleric
I'm
of
giving that to
Helm,
you.
I appreciate that. I don't have a ranged weapon, and
Yeah.
you could probably see that on my person. I have a sword and a shield.
But yes, that is the main thing that Fally can do is when he casts a spell that affects an ally, as part of the order domain, that ally can immediately use the reaction to make a weapon attack. So
be very useful in a minute,
you
but-
cast heroism. Heroism, I believe, grants temporary hit points.
Oh,
Yes. So cast it as second level, so
Not bad.
regain 3 temp hit points, and yeah.
3 temp hit points?
Yep,
Can
I
do.
think that you might get those at the start of every round. Let me...
Whoa.
As long as
Yes.
concentration is maintained.
That
That's dope.
seems right to me. So yeah.
You
Cool.
are immune
Alright,
to the
that's gonna be
frightened
huge.
condition, and you gain temporary hit points equal to 3 at the start of each of your turns.
hot dang. So I don't have it just yet, but I will in a minute.
Yes, and a reminder that temporary hit points don't stack. So when you gain 3 on a following turn, if you still have any left, they'll go away, and you'll just go back to 3. But if you take any damage, then it'll go through that, and it'll keep buffing you up a little bit. All right, an excellent first turn. Would you like to move at all?
And then I just to other clarify. So how does my bonus action of embodiment of the law, as cast. I when I was looking at it, I couldn't quite figure out how to prime it. So it's like, as a bonus action, I can use that to prime a enchantment spell for my next turn as a bonus action.
Embodiment of the law. If you cast a spell at the enchantment school using, you can change the spell's casting. Oh, what it means is that enchantment spells, which normally take an action, things like Charm Person, or it's possible Heroism is even enchantment.
It is enchantment.
Okay, so this is very cool. You can make it cast as a bonus action instead. So if you
Okay.
wanted to keep an action here for a dash or a dodge,
Right,
you could
right.
use one of your uses of embodiment of the law to change heroism from an action to a bonus action.
Great. Okay, that I understand that now. Thank you. Because it said like change, so I wasn't sure if there was an action
No, yeah,
on
it's-
my end
yeah.
or like as character. Okay, cool. I think I will just leave it for now.
Okay.
And
You do have limited uses, so it makes sense.
Yeah.
yep. And I think the thing is, Fally is not gonna move from behind behind Bileyg. So I think I will just like hold my movement and follow Bileyg if that's possible. Or
You can hold an action, so you'd have to have turned your spell into a bonus
Right.
action to hold your action to follow Bileyg. Bileyg is still surprised about all of this, by the way, because Bileyg did not roll high enough investigation. But
Yes.
so all of this happens. Let me ask you, Linnie, what does it look like when you call upon? This is the first time we've seen you cast a cleric spell. So what does it look like when you call to Helm and try to get this divine bolster?
I think I grab onto my sigil of Helm and like really quietly say, hey, Bileyg is way braver than me, so how about you, just like, why don't you do Bileyg the favor?
Oh,
But really quietly.
You reach out to your new ally, and Helm blesses Bileyg. There is the enchantment of heroism. You feel bolstered and suddenly aware that there might be some sort of combat going on, Bileyg. All right, first turn. Well done, Fally. Let's bring it to Oobtaglor.
Okay.
Oobtaglor, you're prone on the ground.
Yes.
And you watch these Razorvine blights manifest out of the Razorvine over there. What would you like to do?
Oh, perfect. All right.
I'm sensing I have erred. I always get this wrong. Erred?
have I?
Error. Or erred.
As Eustace, I will say, oh dear, I'm panicking. I sing when I panic. And I'm gonna go ahead and inspire Ingrid.
Okay.
The show must go on, baby.
I know.
Are you
Who
gonna
should
sing
you
the
seek
Eustace?
when you go out to sneak, when you fight? Yes, that's right, call on Ingrid. She's out with Meech, so yes, I beseech to kill them all rapidly. So if you're a cleric, a bard, or a thief, you'd best watch your back or else you'll face grief. The only thing better than Ingrid, that's me. Forget your agent, the only thing better than Ingrid, that's me.
Gonna try and inspire Oobtaglor, but now I think I gotta go for Bileyg.
The old man's got the voice of an angel.
All right, take your inspiration, Ingrid. And do you have an action you'd like to undertake?
Well, as part of my bonus action, I can control my meat puppet.
Oh,
my
right.
dancing item. So the meat puppet will see the Razorvine blights and just kind of like zombie-like, in a zombie-like fashion, just kind of like in a sluggish, lazy fashion, like
Shuffle
hit
on
its
over.
fists together. And it can move 30 feet, so it will move to here, and I will tell it to do, clicking a lot of stuff here. It's force empowered slam, so it is my spell attack modifier to hit, so which is +4. Wait, no, +7. Oh, okay.
+7?
Yeah, my spell attack modifier.
Yeah, it's because that would be your charisma plus your proficiency bonus. So if that's 4
Yeah.
plus 3, that's 7.
Okay.
That's
then I have to
met,
find this
baby.
again. Okay. Oh, almost. 26.
To hit?
God damn.
Yeah,
Yeah, fuck off.
Let's go
Yeah,
meat
yeah.
puppet.
it was almost a 20. Is 1d10 plus proficiency bonus force damage. Okay, so I'll roll this one. 7 points of force damage.
Okay, not too bad.
Nice.
7 points on this first Razorvine Blight, who gets totally force-empowered slammed by this shambling zombie horror.
And part of my action. I'm not even done, baby.
Oh,
Shatter.
There it is. Your meat puppet.
I want to center it behind the purple razor vine. It extends in a 10-foot radius.
Okay, you can hit purple
Trying to
and
see if
yellow
I can
if
get
you'd
everything,
like.
but miss my guy here, which might not be possible, which is okay.
Yeah, you could hit all 3 by putting it in the middle, including your meat puppet, or you could hit the 2 in the back and some building, and also, but then miss your meat puppet, but also miss the orange one.
Yeah. No, my meat puppet can take it.
Okay.
All
right, so that's gonna be
I'll center it on.
Yeah.
I'll center it on purple.
Okay, so 3 con saves from those guys, and go ahead and roll your own con save for your meat puppet.
Yes.
Okay.
and it has to beat a 15.
None of these folks are going to beat a 15.
Oh, my guy does, though.
Woo.
All right,
It's fun, just playing dolls
what
with
horror
myself.
do you inflict upon these poor, innocent, animated plants?
I do it at second level. Sorry, I should have said that beforehand.
You're good.
So it is 3d8 thunder damage.
I trust you, but you're on notice.
2, 2, and 3. 7 again.
All right. 7 to each of them is 21 total, though. So, it could be worse.
Pretty tasty, yeah.
Oops. -7. There we go.
And I believe that's everything.
Hell yeah, okay. That ends your turn and brings us to Bileyg, who, apologies, is surprised. And then we will go to the Blights. So they're pretty stupid. Let's double check their intelligence real quick. 5. Okay, yeah, they're pretty stupid.
Hey,
so they are going to
they're
attack.
literally dumber than my dog. This is amazing. Intelligence is
These ones are going to
680.
attack the puppet, but this one is going to go down to Oobtaglor since that one's swarmed. This one is going to go right there.
I can use this to my advantage. I'm being accosted again.
The good news is he's not going to attack you at advantage since you're prone. He is going to use... we're just going to do them in shifts. We're going to start with this top one. He's going to use life-draining vines. Could I please get you to make me a dexterity saving throw?
Shit.
Come on, Oobtaglor.
What do I have advantage on? I have advantage to an escape grapple. Okay, that's not this.
Yeah, this is not this.
What was it, dexterity?
Yes.
12.
12 is the DC, so you'll take half damage.
Nice.
Cool.
So 6 down to 3 slashing.
Nice.
If at least one of the creatures that failed to save is not a construct or undead, the Blight regains 9 hit points.
Ah.
So he's going to go back up to his full. Now, the bad news is these other guys are going to do the same thing, but I believe your creation is a construct, right?
It's an object?
There's a stat block for it, isn't it? Doesn't it have a stat block?
Oh, that's right. Dancing item. Yep, it's construct. You're
Okay,
right.
so they are not going to heal from this, but they are going to deal 2 instances of that damage. I'd like 2 dexterity saving throws, please.
Okay. It has a +2 to
As they
dexterity.
try to heal off of this thing that they assume is alive, but is not. Yeah, they just put roots out and, they extend very quickly, erupting out from them and, stab in and kind of drain vitality.
So 16 for the first one,
That's a save.
and 12 for the second.
Okay, so 2 saves, so half damage. So that's 8 down to 4 on the first, and fucking dog. Oh, no, actually, that was an 8, so 9 down to 4 again. So that's 8 slashing total to this thing.
Okay.
Okay, this guy is going to crawl down. He's going to stay. He has a 10-foot reach, so he's going to stay just up out of your reach, Ingrid. 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, he can flank. You know what? I'm going to say they're too dumb to flank on purpose. If it's convenient for them, they'll flank, but they're too dumb to flank on purpose. And they are going to not do life-draining vines. They are going to make 2 claw attacks. So we're going to start with the one on the roof.
Sure.
What is your AC?
14.
Because I 14. Okay, I have a bunch of attacks to roll, so I'm just going to let you know if they hit or miss. First one is a miss. Okay. Second one is a crit.
I would like to silvery barbs that.
Silvery bar. Yeah. Get that shit out of here.
Okay, here we go. Reroll. A second natural 20.
Well,
Fuck you.
fuck me.
But you do get to give advantage to someone, Ingrid, so...
I'm gonna give it to myself.
Okay. So, on a nat 20, you are going to take from the second attack from that wall guy. I rolled minimum damage. That is 9 slashing on the crit.
That's how many?
9 total?
9.
9? Okay.
9. That is a 9 slashing on the crit. Now the other ones are going to attack. Because you are missing hit points, they are going to have advantage on these attack rolls.
Interesting.
So 4 more attacks coming in at advantage. The first one is a 17.
That'll hit.
So you're going to take 8 points of slashing damage.
Ouch.
The next one is a dirty 20.
That'll hit.
So you're going to take 5 points of slashing damage. 2 more attacks. Let's roll tiny dice and see how he does. That's going to be a 22 to hit, so you will take just 3 points of slashing. I rolled minimum on that one.
Okay.
Final attack at advantage. That's cocked, but the other one's an 18, so we're going to roll the final dice. That is 8 points of slashing damage. How many hit points is Ingrid at?
Well, I was at 6, and then with that last attack, I went down to -2.
Okay, so on one group of attacks, Ingrid goes down. The good news is your turn is next and you have advantage thanks to the silvery bars.
I thought about that as soon as the crit hit.
Begin to crawl over you, the vines consuming you. You start to watch as Ingrid is getting like pulled away by these things that took the shape of people but are now disassembling. It is now your turn, Ingrid.
Yep.
Please make me a death saving throw at the start of your turn.
Is it... Okay, so here's something interesting. Saving throw, my bardic inspiration, if you use it, grants temporary hit
HP.
points.
Yeah.
Temp HP will not bring her to consciousness, but if she comes to consciousness, she will have that temporary HP.
Okay.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Just a thing to put out there.
Cool. I rolled a 9 at my highest, so...
No.
Well, you have the bardic inspiration.
That's true, yeah.
I want to save that.
Okay, so that's
Really?
one fail.
Yep.
Ingrid,
Okay.
no.
All right, round 2 of combat.
Don't worry.
Uh-huh.
Believe it or not, he actually rolled a dirty 20 as his initiative. And with
I had a feeling you might keep
superior,
gaining.
with a superior dex modifier to Fally, he's actually going first in the second round. Fain is going to appear on this rooftop. You watch as a figure silhouetted against the night, wearing red armor with like little like thorns almost on it, and also a cape, like a cloak, like wrapped around. It's not a big cape; it's like a half cloak kind of thing, like almost like a big scarf that's kind of like twirled around the neck. That makes it's like a kind of half wrapped around. Appears on the rooftop, not standing but skittering on all fours. Fain is going to let's see, what can he do? He can make 2 claw attacks. He is going to come down on this one, 5, 10, 15. On this very first Razorvine Blight, he's going to make 2 claw attacks. First one is going to be a 26 to hit.
Woo.
Did I bring enough dice for this? Hold on. I'm going to run enough dice for this. Hold on. I have to double check what is their... do they have any resistances? They do not. So they're going to take all this damage straight, baby. That is 5, 9, 12, 18, plus 5 is 23 points of damage on the first attack.
Damn.
Then he's going to bite. They are restrained in this way, so he'll have advantage on the bite. That's a natural 1, but also an 18, so he's going to hit with that. That's 8 plus 12, so that's 20 points of damage on the bite, which will kill this Razorvine Blight.
Nice.
And then he's going to go down. He has just enough movement to get into range with this next Razorvine Blight and make 1 claw attack against it. That's a natural 1. So actually, as he comes down, the first one he catches completely by surprise and eviscerates. Claw goes through the chest, and he bites at the head and rips it in half. Then he silently floats down behind this next one, but it is already kind of disassembling its physical form, and as he goes to grab it, claws go straight through. That brings us to Fally.
Ooh. Yes, okay.
Fally,
okay,
what would you like to do?
Fally
If
would like
talking
to
is
do...
a free action, Bileyg would like to point out that Dog is a steed, and it's a large steed, and we're small. Both of us can ride him.
Fally would love to ride Dog. Fally's gonna say to Blake, can we...
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
We're on it.
Oh.
Yeah, not the word.
Great. Cool. So, is the dog gonna move us closer?
Yeah,
the
dog has 60 feet of movement, and I think if I want, I could make him take the dash action, so we could we could close with the fight. But dog won't be able to attack, but I think we will. You might need to hold your action until he moves us close enough if you want to do something this turn.
I feel like that's. I'm gonna hold my action.
The way it would have to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sorry, go on. The way it would work is you use half your movement to get up on Dog, and then let me make him bigger for you guys. To get up on Dog, and then you hold your action to do whatever it is you'd like to do.
Yeah.
Let's see. Just make sure this works. Oh, big dog. Dog is so big.
Dog is large.
Dog is very big.
Big boy.
Now you're small, but even so, the dog is big.
Okay, so I have. Would I have enough movement to, once Dog got there, get over to Ingrid and cast Spare the Dying?
I can, if I have Dog use his dash action, we could move up to 120 feet, so we can close immediately with Ingrid, and you can get off of Dog,
great.
or use it from there if you want.
If Bileyg can make it so that Dog gets you within 5 feet, because you won't have any more movement, your turn will be over, but he can make sure that you get within 5 feet of Ingrid if you'd like to do Spare the Dying.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think Fally is gonna do. Yeah, hold his action, wait till it becomes within range, cast Spare the Dying, and then I think it's gonna still continue. Yeah, not gonna cast anything else to continue giving Bileyg heroism. Okay.
Cool.
Okay. All right, so you're gonna hop up on Dog.
Mm-hmm.
And you hold your action for a Spare the Dying when you get within range of Ingrid. Okay, that brings us to Oobtaglor.
Okay. Well, I've definitely thought about this. Okay. Bonus action.
If you want to get up from prone, you can.
You've seen through
I
my
need to play
cunning
I need to play
ruse.
the part. I need to play the part. So no.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
The show must go on. Ingrid
show
will want
must
it this
go
way.
on.
Honestly, yeah.
He's so method right now. Sorry, there's so much.
Yeah. Okay. Bonus action. Healing word. Ingrid. I'll do it at 3rd level, so that is 3d4 plus 4.
Never mind. Spare the dying. Rip.
Okay. Well. Oh no. I think it's 1st level or higher. Right,
oh
when you
shoot!
cast
That's right. I forgot that you held.
Hold on.
your
Wait.
action
Let me
for
double
that.
check. When you cast a spell with a slot of 1st level or higher and target, they can use. I was gonna say
Okay.
the beauty of it, if doing Spare the Dying, is that you'd still get the attack, but it has to be 1st level or higher, which means that Spare the Dying would not trigger it since it's a cantrip.
I don't want to step on toes here, so I will not do that. I was torn between
Don't worry, Ingrid. We'll get you back at this fight.
I'm having a lovely nap.
I was
I
torn
don't know what
between
everyone's
healing
all on
word
about.
and
I'm going to wake
I was torn
up.
between healing word and fighting with Muppet instead. So I will do that. Okay, what I'm gonna do instead is action to fairy fire each object in a 20-foot cube. So I believe I can get everyone in here. Oh no, just about everyone in here. And that's okay. So I'll get the Meat Puppet will also have to save.
Okay, I'll make dex saves for the blights, Who rolled it? Very good. Does a 14 save?
No, it does not.
Okay, they both fail.
So does my meat puppet. Okay. So, everyone has advantage against everyone here.
Hell yeah.
Got that.
Your guy goes first, so he's got the edge.
So I used my action to fairy fire, bonus action to attack. You said, I don't know if you said, are these guys minions?
They're not minions, no.
Okay, which one looks more beat up?
Yellow is the one that your boy punched before.
Okay.
If you're not watching, you're not watching this because you're not on stream with us. But I colored the tokens that they would be easier to distinguish. The one with the yellow dot is the one on the left is more messed up.
So then, yeah, I will attack. I will continue to attack that one with my guy.
Okay. See if you can do him in.
Yeah. I'm not using the one that gave me a natural 1. Okay. So plus 7. 18.
Yep, definitely.
Okay. 7 plus 3. 10 points of force damage.
Oh. He has 1 hit point left.
Oh, boo.
I don't have anything.
Barely teetering.
That's all I can do.
And you rolled with advantage, right?
Oh my god.
Roll that critical.
Woo.
Yeah. No, it was a 2.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, is that your whole turn, Oobtaglor?
That is.
All right, that brings us to Bileyg. Bileyg, what you gonna do?
I'm gonna use half my movement to get up on Dog, and then Dog is gonna use his whole movement and then a dash to move us.
Yes.
You're
Do you
gonna
have
need
to use a
group us
bonus
together.
action to command him?
No. Hold on. Let me check. Actually.
Double check in the spell. It might have rules. For
I'm
commanding
looking.
him.
Yeah. In combat, it shares your initiative mount. It functions as a controlled mount while you ride it as defined in the rules on mounted combat, unless that requires a bonus action to command. It doesn't specify here.
Of course, the spell would make me go to the fucking player's handbook to look up mounted combat, which might not be in here, might be in the DMG, because fuck you. Mounted combat, page 198. Let's double check here.
I mean, it's okay if it takes a bonus action. It's not going to ruin my action economy.
It's been trained. It moves as you direct it and has only 3 action options: dash, disengage, or dodge. Place initiative order bearing. You're all good. I don't think it lists any action requirements, so
Perfect.
he can dash, disengage, or dodge.
Great. Okay, so used his movement to get the 60 feet and then dash to get us the extra, 20, 25 feet it took. So now we are within 5 feet of Ingrid, so your spare the dying is going to proc.
Thank you.
Yep. So you spare the dying. What does it look like when you abjure Ingrid here, protect Ingrid from dying at the hands of these blights? What does this protective ward look like?
Yes, let's see. So, I think Folly is Fally is very much cowering behind Bileyg, and so I think it's just like a little light that just pops out from behind Bileyg's shoulder, just goes, oh.
Oh, this is cute.
You watch as the wounds which are bleeding out don't heal, but stop. And you're not going to have to make death saves, Ingrid.
Ooh.
Great. Okay. Hold on. I was kind of
Yes, and then Bileyg, you get to make a turn or whatever.
Yeah, I get to do whatever. Okay.
Both of
All right,
these guys are up and healthy.
Yeah. First point of order, I'm going to nudge myself onto the square that is the top left corner of Dog so that I am flanking with Fain if he counts as an ally.
He is an ally in this fight currently, unless you do something to piss him off. He is here to protect
I'm not
you
planning
guys.
to. Way to make me feel morally.
You're not gonna what's the
Channel
fucking
divinity,
thing?
turn the
Channel divinity,
unholy.
turn a dead. Thank you. Yeah,
I
yeah,
was
yeah,
considering
yeah.
it, but I don't think I'm gonna do that while he's actively saving Ingrid's life. So instead, what I'm going to do. Why do I have no bonus action heals? This is so annoying. Yeah, I'm just gonna attack the green Razorvine Blight.
Okay.
At advantage.
You draw your sword. Go ahead and attack at advantage.
Cheers to that. Okay. Why is this so difficult? Okay. So. Oh my god, that's a natural 20. Okay, so that is a 26 to hit. I mean, it's gonna hit.
Yeah. Yep. And a reminder for the audience, and also for Linnie, I don't think I've played this way yet. Crits, we don't double the dice. We roll the dice, and then we add the max damage. So if you're rolling a d6, you're going to add 6 from that d6, plus your modifier that you normally add, and then whatever you roll on that d6. So crits are always big.
Right, so I have one question. If I choose to make this a Divine Smite now,
it
does
would
it also
add
double...
to the beauty of the Divine Smite is that you can choose to do it after you crit, and it would
Right.
all go crit normal.
Okay, then I am going to burn one first level spell slot to Divine Smite this guy, which will do 2d8 extra radiant damage. Is this an undead or a fiend by any chance?
He is a plant.
Okay, then that's just 2d8. Let me mark off that spell slot before I forget.
So that's going to be... your sword is a
1d8
D6?
plus 3.
Oh,
It's
1d8
1d8 plus 3, and then...
So it's 24 plus 3 is
Plus
27 base damage plus 3d8 that you roll.
Yes. So I'll just
Okay.
roll those for now. Is there a chance that I don't kill this guy in one hit? You don't have
No,
to tell me,
not
I'm just
even
curious.
No, you killed this guy's dead.
Okay, well, I'll still roll the... I only have 2d8 out.
Let's see how big. I'd love to tell you what the overkill damage is.
5. And another 4, so that is plus 9 damage. To
So that's 27 plus 9 is 36.
Yes.
So you overkill him by 11 damage.
Cool. I think I just cleave him in twain. And then for my second
This thing
attack...
explodes in thorns and splinters. Go ahead, Bileyg. You got another guy there. This is
for my second
a straight attack.
I'm smacking the other guy, and it is not an advantage, but I will still roll the die that critted, just in case, see what happens, if it's feeling nice today. It's only a 12 on the die, so that's an 18 to hit.
18 does hit.
Okay. I'm not gonna... These things are pretty dumb. I think just by attacking it won't coup de grace Ingrid, so I'm not gonna burn a smite on this guy. So we'll just do 1d8 plus 3. 6? Okay, that's 9 slashing magic something damage.
Yep, you're good.
Yeah.
You attack. As you attack, I would love for Fally to make me either a perception check or a religion check. Your choice.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh.
Lore.
Fally's god's been listening to him. I think he's gonna make a religion check.
Hell yeah,
Okay.
dude.
14.
14. You watch as Bileyg attacks, and Bileyg is a clearly accomplished combatant and swordsman, and he deals a tremendous amount of damage. He destroys one of these things, carves into the other, but it's not the damage being dealt that is what you notice. It's the sword that he's holding. He mentioned before having lost his sword to the hag, but the sword he's holding is a blade of Sokit Hezi, is a blade of the City of Swords. And this is an intelligent weapon. This is to say, it's not incredibly powerful. It's not a holy avenger or anything that is, legendary or probably even capable of changing the course of history, but it is intelligent. It can't just be wielded by anyone. Not anyone can just pick it up and attune to it. It has to agree with you attuning to it, or else it might not work for you. And it's clearly working for Bileyg. So, however Fally feels about that, definitely you observe that.
I've got so
Would
many
I know-
funky little telepathic guys in my head now. Between this and the mount, they're both opining about justice in my brain.
This sword, the City of Swords, these are all like, are these unquestionably quote unquote good swords, or could he have a sword that is sort of a bad sword?
On a 14, I'll say that you've never heard of one like that. Perhaps if Bileyg is truly nefarious and corrupts, has accomplished this evil thing, perhaps he's also corrupted this sword. But as it stands, you watch a paladin doing their paladin thing with a paladin's blade.
I think Fally's hand like drifts toward his notebook, and then he like readjusts and grabs onto the steed.
All right, fantastic.
Oh yeah, the sword also glows with blazing light, just on its own, automatically.
It does also glow with blazing light on its own.
It can only be switched off by destroying the sword. I've got no choice in the matter.
All right, it is the Razorvine Blight's turn. All right, we're going to roll for the 3 up there and see if any of them get a recharge on their area attack ability. None of them do. So
Nice.
they are just going to continue to attack the people with them. First attack's coming on the dancing meat puppet.
Okay.
Dirty 20 on the first one is 7 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
Whoa! I rolled a 9 at advantage on the second attack.
Oh,
So that misses.
that will not do
I'm
it.
sure that misses. Third attack incoming. Holy shit, I rolled even worse on that. 8. Alright, you can laugh now.
Okay,
Fourth
all
and
right.
final attack incoming is going to hit. That is 5 points of slashing damage to the dummy.
Okay. It's below half. Just about.
Cool. Alright, now it's going to attack you.
Gulp.
That is a crit.
Bad.
That
Wrong.
sucks.
Silvery barbs.
Okay, here we go. The next roll was a 16 plus 4 is dirty 20.
Okay, that hits, but that's not a crit.
Yeah.
Minimum damage, 3 slashing. And who gets the advantage?
I will give it to Ingrid.
Thanks.
Okay. And then second and final attack against you. We use the tiny dice. See how he does. Not very well. Does a 14 hit you?
It does.
Boo.
Okay. That is 4 slashing.
Okay.
Cool. And then the Razorvine that has been hurt by Bileyg is going to use its AoE life-draining vines. I need everyone, including Ingrid,
No.
to please make a dexterity saving throw. Ingrid, you automatically fail and will take a failed save.
Great.
No.
Cool. And then I need everyone else to make that saving throw. Dog, Fally, Bileyg, and I have to make one
Okay.
for Fain.
Oh my god, I might actually succeed this. That's a 22.
I got
okay, yeah.
14.
Both save.
hold Let me roll for dog.
Fain also saves. Yeah, Dog's looking to hit a 12.
Dog rolled exactly a 12.
Okay, so you are all going to take half damage on this.
Okay.
So that is 7 down to 3. So each only take 3 slashing damage. But he is going to heal 9 from that attack.
Ugh.
And Ingrid does take a failed save. He's actually back up to full.
Oh, good.
So Ingrid's at 2.
I have 2
death
failures.
saves.
2 death
2
saves.
failures.
But I also am
Oh, crap.
spared. Spared the died.
Yeah, you've got spare the dying, so you're not making death saves anymore.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes, good point. Ingrid, your turn comes up, and you do not die.
Great.
Fain
that when
is
that
going
happens.
to jump over,
Tiny Tim, who is not dead.
who did not die,
And-
onto the wall to flank with you, Bileyg. Is going to jaw extends, hisses, and is going to slash. That's really high. So we've got 7 plus 6 is 13 plus 5 is 18 points of damage. And then at advantage, oh my god, he rolled so bad at advantage, but still gonna just hit.
Cool.
And that's, what am I even rolling for? He's going to deal enough. He claw right through this thing. Unfortunately, he's going to be out of movement. As he gets up on the wall and like twists his body up and rips it apart again with his unnaturally long nails, he bends and folds down onto the ground so that he's standing in front of you in a more dignified fashion, Bileyg. And let's see. How this situation looks to Fain. People were in an alley getting beat up, then more Razorvine, with your incredible performance, then Razorvine Blights appeared out of nowhere, attacking everyone, which was also completely above board, and then 2 holy warriors rode in on a giant dog.
A celestial dog. The dog is also
a celestial dog.
Save and help an old lady who was clearly in distress.
Not to mention the old man who's still suffering in the background.
Yeah, this is elder abuse going on in this alleyway.
That's
another. For the first time you see him up close, beyond the outfit, he's not very tall. He's probably, in fact, he's like 5'8". He's not super tall at all. I think maybe the typical vampire assumption would be kind of that like Alucard, like skinny, like pointy kind of face, like high cheekbones. He doesn't have any of that. He is deathly pale, as you would assume, but his face is a lot rounder. His hair is like it's not shoulder length, but it's not like super short either. It's kept like just a couple inches and just basically tousled, not really in any kind of style. And he looks at you with eyes that are red, but not a like bright blood red, more like almost like maroon, like they're very desaturated eyes. And he's got almost like kind of like bags coming down under them. And he says, "Not used to having help."
I don't think Bileyg is going to respond. On. Yeah.
Oh, is Bileyg going to respond?
No, I don't think so. I think Bileyg is also unsure of what to do in this situation.
Is he hot?
All right, in that. I just described him. I mean, how could you even question? Of course he's hot.
I had to know. I felt like someone needed to ask the question.
I'll get you back up and you can
doing content. Vampires. It needed to be asked.
He's a vampire vigilante. Of course he's hot. And of course that's going to make my personal moral dilemma worse.
Can't fight crime.
Fally, it's your turn.
You monster.
All of the adjacent Razorvine Blights are dead, but you do see there are still some over by Oobtaglor, and of course Ingrid is still unconscious on the ground.
Yeah, let's see.
So what would you like to do, Fally?
Oh gosh.
There is a vampire there, so undead if you're interested.
But he's hot, as we've established.
Pay no attention to the fact he's hot.
Yeah, we have to remember that like aesthetic morality 1000% applies in D&D, and if you are hot, that means you are also good and pure of heart.
Yes. I mean, Fally really, really would love to continue cowering behind Bileyg.
Sure, yeah. What's safer place?
He's not moving. Let me see if there's something I can do. I feel like now that Bileyg's slightly out of danger, I might cast another spell.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm realizing that
Bileyg,
I don't
on
think
that
I've ever
3 damage you took, you're good because you had the 3 temporary hit points.
Yeah, the temp HP is gone, and if concentration holds on heroism, I'll get more at the beginning of the turn.
Yeah, but if I cast another spell though, that breaks the concentration though.
If you cast another concentration spell.
But not most of my spells are concentration, I'm pretty sure.
I see that you cast one first level spell. You cast your heroism. Did you cast? It says you cast a second level spell as well.
Oh, I cast heroism as second level.
Oh, you cast heroism at the second level. Heroism at the second level lets you target 2 people.
Oh, you could have heroismed yourself as well.
You could have heroismed yourself as well. Or if you want to just keep it on Bileyg, we could have said you cast it at the first level and you would still have that second level spell slot.
It's true.
Then I'll just do it at the first level. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, fantastic. So you still have all your second and third level spell slots.
Love it. Okay, cool.
And I think, we do have a thing here. You might be wondering, your spell list might seem a little limited. You're operating off of the baseline Order Cleric spells right now, which is the ones you automatically get. You get to choose an additional 4 cantrips and 9 spells.
Oh, yeah, see, that would make more sense. I'm realizing this is actually the first time I've played a spellcaster. Like, every other time, I've just been like, I'm gonna play something that beats on something, because those are, uncomplicated people.
Right?
Well, we can talk about spell selection and cantrip selection later on.
I mean, I don't think it's a terrible
limited
thing for Fally just to not be able to do much, to be honest. But
sure, operating with a limited selection of what do you call it here?
Yeah, sure. I think I'm gonna try to target this Vine Blight guy that is attacking Oobtaglor. I'm just going to command it to. I kind of want to command it to like wither, whatever. Like, if there's a way to, I need to communicate it to it in a way that it will understand. I don't know. Are these intelligent enough to understand, like, non-plant-based metaphor?
With commands, you got to get one word through. I'd say yes. They understand language. They can't speak. So.
Okay.
What word are you trying to get through here?
Okay.
I think you can't command it to do anything harmful to itself.
Yes, I have something in mind.
Please.
I'm trying to figure out the word. English doesn't have a like a one-word thing for this. It's always like used with like 2 words.
You could say it in German.
Yeah, I was about to say it's one of those classic German. What are you trying to say? Let's see. If
I'm trying to say like go dormant, which is a thing plants do during the winter.
Hibernate.
Specifically,
hibernate.
Just kind of like go to
hibernate.
sleep.
Yeah, you could say like
Hibernate,
slumber. Hibernate, yeah.
Slumber, hibernate. It's not exactly accurate though. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't have to be exactly.
Yes.
Well, they're not exactly plants, are they?
Fair enough. Yes, I'm gonna cast. I'm just gonna cast a first, because I can only reach the one. So I'm just gonna cast a first level command on it, and just say
on
hibernate.
The orange one. Okay, here we go. Roll against your wisdom. It says that you have a DC of 14. Ooh. These guys have no bonus to wisdom, so it's gonna be a straight roll. And on 3, you watch as this Razor Vine Blight immediately, it doesn't like fall down in the street. It retreats and retracts, kind of like loses form and just becomes like kind of a mass and creeps back along the tendrils until it disappears back into the eaves and gutters of the house over here, slumbering.
Nice.
Fantastic. Excellent job. Yeah. Forced it back to its like native state, a very lawful thing to do. That will bring us, do you have any other things you'd like to do on your turn?
I don't think so.
Okay. Then it is going to be Oobtaglor. You got 2, one that's almost dead and one that's honestly not doing hot either.
Sure. Ingrid is still down, right?
Yes,
I'm
Ingrid's
right
still
on her.
down, but no longer dying.
Okay.
I'm out of enemies.
All right.
I can heal her with an action next turn.
Okay. In that case, I will use my bonus action to inspire Fally, because I believe I'm within distance. Let me check that real quick. Yeah. It's time to play the music. It's time to fight the fights. It's time to meet my buddy on Oobtaglor show tonight. Bum, 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 bum. It's time to buff our allies. It's time for dealing smites. It's time to raise the curtain on Oobtaglor show tonight. To introduce our sleuther, that's what I'm here to do. So it really makes me happy to introduce to you
ladies and gentlemen, Fally! Yay! So now let's get things started. Why don't we get things started? It's time to get things started on the Bard creational, transformational, motivational, inspirational. This is what we call Oobtaglor's show!
Gong.
Excellent.
That's
Very,
beautiful.
very good.
I like to imagine that the
Incredible.
two blights like chittered out some of that classic Statler and Waldorf shit posting, but like we can't understand their language, so it just came out as like leaf rustling. That was incredible.
Yeah,
Thank you.
10 out of 10.
I mean, we've kind of
All
blown the
right.
whole like you're just a hapless old man thing wide open because you have announced your name several
I
times.
sing when I panic! Oh!
And in fact, highlighted that
Pretty
we are
funny,
your
though.
allies in combat. But that's fine.
Something I heard in the ring.
That was maybe my
okay.
favorite one you've done so far. All right, an inspiration. On top of the DM inspiration, you have a bardic inspiration. This one does expire, so keep that in mind. It will only last 10 minutes in game. So that is goes to Fally, which is awesome. And then you gonna one of your blight. Your guy gets to attack a blight, right?
Yes, they will do so. They'll keep pummeling on the yellow one. My guy.
All right, and at advantage because of the fairy fire, which is not gone away.
That was a 3 and a 2. No. 10.
10 is gonna miss.
Damn it.
It's just doing the
All
Muppet
right.
arm flailing thing, and it's not really doing all that much damage.
You know what? I'm tired of this guy. I'm gonna shatter. I'm gonna shatter at the 3rd level.
Okay, here we
Get all 3 of
go.
them.
Rip meat puppet.
Fail.
Okay. What is it? Dexterity? That's a natural 1. All right. All
Father,
right.
help.
So 3rd level shatter is 4d8.
I think Shatter's a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god, you're right. It is. Let me. Okay, well, I rolled a natural 1. That's not.
Oh,
Gonna
so it
save
doesn't
it.
really matter. What are we even talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are we even talking about here?
Ooh. Okay. 11 plus 3, 14. So 14 points of damage.
Okay,
My guy's still up.
boom, and no, this guy's not quite dead. Very, very close.
Only mostly dead.
Bileyg, we're gonna go to you.
Yeah, speaking of only mostly dead,
Hi.
I'm going to, I'm going to slide off a dog, and I am going to, what kind of a hit point total are we talking about with, why can't I select myself? You know what, it's fine. Theater of the mind. Just pop me next to Ingrid. Let me just use my action to put in, 15 points of lay on hands.
Thank you. That's like half my HP for reference.
Good.
Yeah. That's pretty good
Ingrid,
for me.
You come back as lay on hands are pumped into you, and you see this hot dude standing there.
This unbelievably gorgeous, obviously vampire, who we are not presently engaged in combat with, even though we are supposed to be.
I'd say you're too old for me, or too young for me, but frankly, there's no way to know in either direction, given our both... I'd like to do a turn of...
opener?
I was unconscious. It's not like I've been
I'm not
thinking
used to getting
zany
help.
one-liners the whole time. I've been trying not to die.
Hold on, let him get out his one-liner. He's clearly been practicing.
I'm not used to getting help. I'm even less used to being hit on during these. All right. Is that the all you're gonna do, Bileyg?
Oh, God.
Don't stress about it.
I am mildly stressed, but I think what I am actually going to do, simply because I think it's extremely funny, I'm going to have Dog attack the last remaining blight. Just a full-blown charge it. And
All right.
it didn't occur to me that Fally would still be on. It didn't occur to Bileyg. It absolutely occurred to me that Fally would still be on Dog. But yeah, so let me just make sure I have all the... So Dog's attack is Otherworldly Slam, which is my spell attack. So he's just going to charge directly at the briar thingy. I think he can close the distance in 60 feet. I'm like pretty sure I didn't measure it out, but
let's double check here. He is 70 feet away.
No.
Don't worry about it too much, Red,
Okay,
because
I
this is a self-preservation creature. It's the only one left. It's on very few hit points. I don't usually like to spoil the tension of a fight before it's over, but I think that the main tension is not about these Razorvine Blights anymore, so don't stress about your dog being able to get there.
Cool. Well, dog is still going to charge directly at it to spook it.
Go ahead and make an intimidation check from your dog.
Let's see what we got. I do not believe dog has intimidation.
Use your charisma, since it is a manifestation of your paladin might.
So am I rolling my intimidation check through dog?
Yes, your intimidation check.
Okay, sure. All right, let's see. Come on. It's only an 11.
It's unceremonious, but as the dog bears down, I just checked, and the Razorvine Blight did not get its healing thing back, so it really has no chance in this fight. It is going to retreat before it is pruned, and retreats the same place that the other Razorvine Blight went to.
Great.
And dog's jaws snap around empty air.
And I think dog is gonna go over to Oobtaglor and like nose at them. Like, are you playing dead? What are we doing here?
I will command the meat puppet to go right back to stomping on it.
Okay.
The show must go on. Oh dear.
Fain is gonna go attack this thing unless someone else is going to intervene.
Oh god.
That's what we want, right?
How many hit points does this thing have left?
3.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Fain only has 30 feet of movement, I think. So, yeah, 30. And no. Yeah, no thing. So, Fain is going to dash over here, past everyone else. Are there any actions anyone would like to take? I'm dropping initiative just for the sake of there's a ruse going on here and not actual real combat. But Fain will just attack this dummy unless someone does something to prevent it from happening.
Ingrid comes to after being dead for the entire fight.
Yeah, she's gotta get you back up.
And I'm like, oh jeez, oh my gosh, my knees. Oobtaglor, dear, I think that the ruse is over. Perhaps you could get up off the ground and let your puppet fall. I presume that the person down the hall is the vampiric vigilante we were hoping to meet.
You say all of that. You can give up the ruse. We were hoping to meet you. And as he begins to cross with unnatural speed across the gap, Fain stops, and then he turns back, looks at Ingrid, who said it, then looks at Oobtaglor, who was just getting beat up, and he says, "What is this?
Hello.
Is this a trap?"
No, if it was a trap, well, I would have hoped we cleared out the Razor Blights first. It seems that, well, we heard you're a do-gooder who helps around here, and we...
You could just be bad at setting up traps.
Don't ask you for your opinion on the trap. We didn't know there were... Oh my gosh. We needed to meet you. This felt like the most expeditious way to arrange a meeting.
We just wanted to talk.
Right, darling, you have to drop that.
I think Dog is gonna like pick you up with his mouth if you don't appear to be standing up on your own.
It's hard, like picking up one of those jello roll things you see in like aquarium gift shops.
Dog is having a great time.
Dog takes the hat of disguise off of Oobtaglor and they turn back into Oobtaglor.
Okay, Oobtaglor, the ruse here, fully off. Fally on the back of Dog, Oobtaglor, Bileyg and Ingrid standing by Fain. He looks at you, says, "Not the best foot to get off on, but I'm here. Talk."
Well, to be perfectly honest with you, sir, I've gotten myself into a bit of an untenable situation.
Worse than the Blights?
You could say such. You know, and it's no fault of yours, to be perfectly clear. It's just, can someone help me out? I can't remember the name of the Cambion. It's
Savario.
Savario, yeah. Thank you. As you may be able to gauge, I am a paladin by trade. I made an ill-advised bargain with Savario. The premise being that he would, if he needed the services of a paladin, in service of good and the reduction of suffering, he could call on me one time. And he has successfully rules-lawyered it, such that he has asked me to make you unable to operate in Sigil within 24 hours, or he gets my immortal soul. You can understand the position I am in, and the difficulty that I'm facing, because ultimately I look at you and I see somebody trying to do the same thing we're trying to do here. Help out the people who don't have anyone else.
It's a lot to take in. It's funny. There's all that backstory, but the first thing that comes to my mind is it's just nice to meet someone who understands.
You good, bro?
I don't know why that got me.
Bileyg, your line is, I know what you are.
Look, you think I'm gonna steal the spotlight away from Ingrid?
I want to be very clear
this
that
very moment.
Sophia, I as a person needed to ask that question. Ingrid doesn't care. This is a child to Ingrid.
This might be the only age-appropriate man you've met. You have no idea how long he's been around.
I don't know. It could go either way. I'm not.
Somehow this is awkward in both directions.
Yeah. No. I do think you were fed the correct line.
He says the thing about the first thing he knows is that you understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, playwrights, I don't have a tremendous amount more to add. I'm not about to try and deceive this guy. It's just I've laid out what I've got.
Yes. Look, we're all of the same mind here, it seems. We don't want to fight you. It's why we arranged an admittedly very superfluous method of getting to talk first. But we also can't let our dear friend Bileyg's soul here get taken by a Cambion. So we're hoping that maybe we could learn a bit more about why you do the things you do, and perhaps there's something that technically qualifies as stopping your activity in Sigil without stopping your activity in Sigil, you know? So, what's your deal? What's your motivation?
I'm sympathetic to the position that you're in. It's my motivation. I imagine it's the same as yours if you do what your glowing friend here says. The city's not fair. It's a lawless place. Everyone here speaks a different language, but if there was a native language to Sigil, it would be power. It's the only real language that holds any sway here. There's no law, just steal and spell. I do what I can. I'm sympathetic to the position you're in, like I said. I know that sometimes to fight the war you have to stoop to means that you wouldn't normally. Maybe they even disgust you. I don't love all the things I've had to do here. But it's not fair that so many get hurt, and so many profit from that. I appreciate that you need me gone to save yourself. Were it so simple, I would do it myself, but with me gone, who'd fight the war? How many other souls would be lost? How many other people would be hurt just to save a single person? If you're asking me to walk away, I don't know that I can do that.
I don't know how much technical wiggle room we got, and I wouldn't ask you to stop doing what's right. Perhaps there's another way to do what you do, change the way you operate. But you're very right. You know, it wouldn't be fair. Make that kind of sacrifice for just one person. It wouldn't be right.
I'm glad you understand. If there's anything I can do to help, name it. Fair enough. Perhaps you can renegotiate the terms of your contract.
Or perhaps we could strike a new kind of bargain. We are a detective agency, and we've done demonstrably good work for many, many people in the Hive Ward and all of the city. But unfortunately, one individual, much like yourself, perhaps from a ne'er-do-well, turned a new side of the coin, as it were, a friend of ours, lost in the loop. We recently found a way to enter, but we don't have any way to send messages to them or make sure that we could help guide them back out afterwards, and we can't really continue researching the loop from the outside if one of us is in it. But perhaps we could get you out of Sigil technically. You help us bring back a individual who will do innumerable good, as well as yourself. That technically fulfills your clause, because they did leave Sigil, Bileyg. And you just have to not do some vigilante stuff for a day or two to give us some time to figure out your escape plan.
It makes
Player-wise,
sense on the terms
I
of...
really like that.
It makes sense in terms of getting rid of me. Which would be convenient for you. And like I said, I feel bad. I don't want some innocent person who's just trying to do good, who I'm sure had good reasons to have to forsake their mortal soul. But when I'm gone, what happens to the fight? You gonna take it up? Strike by night? I appreciate what you say you're doing. Operating, trying to help out people as investigators. Trying to help out the little folk. I get that sense from you. But it takes power to stop this sort of thing. Like I said, it's the only language these people speak.
Actually, it's a fair point. Who are you aiming for? It's not all stopping street level crime, is it? Who do you want to take down?
He gives a shrug. He says, I just try to take one battle at a time. I climb up high as I think I can on the ladder.
I can't promise we'd take up the same kind of fight that you do. You know, fundamentally, detective work it's repair and damage that's already been done. It's not dealing out damage, trying to prevent more of it in the future, but I think we're fighting the same kind of battle from two different directions. We all want Sigil to be a better place for the people just trying to eke out daily lives in here. And you want to be the thing that kills the things that hunt them from the shadows. We want to give them a path back out when they're down there.
We both reject the notion that only the strong deserve justice.
Oh, certainly, sir. I mean, just look at me. Someone's got to look out for the little guys, and it's easier from way down here.
You see on that one, he kind of gives like a chuckle. Scratches the back of his head with like long clawed hands. You want me to go down in some hole?
Kind of the hole to end all holes, for being honest. When you say you want to take a swing at big people, we're kind of taking a swing at the biggest one there is. The greatest power that keeps people down here in the city. You could be a part of that.
Who would that be?
The Lady of Pain, my dear.
Hold on. Austin needs to take a time out. I don't think you're taking a swing at the Lady
Sophia
of
thinks
Pain.
that by getting people out of the
getting
loop,
Everett out of
that
the
would be
loop
part
to-
of defying the lady.
Yeah, to translate it,
Okay.
the The selling point here
Understood.
is if you go into the loop and maybe get a message to Evrard or like help him out in there, and then when we figure out a way to get him out, we get you both out, thus fulfilling my contract by making him unable to operate in Sigil. But he didn't say permanently. At least I didn't write it down that he said permanently.
I don't
No,
believe
he
he
didn't
did
say
say permanently.
Yeah. So that technically gets me off the hook, and the price is that we put Fain in time prison until we can figure out how to rescue Evrard and Fain from time prison, which is a big ask because we just met him and we're actively trying to trick him.
Yes.
But I actually really do like this plan.
I do
so
like the
much.
plan, and I think the technicality of the loop being part of Sigil, but really its own kind of pocket dimension, would fulfill. It's a very even tightrope to walk there. The problem is still, so we're back into character. You say we're taking a shot at the biggest problem of all, the Lady of Pain. Here he fully scoffs, and he just goes to walk away. He goes, they say I'm crazy. He's literally walking away at your notion that you're taking a shot at the Lady of Pain. You're like, don't worry, we've got a plan to kill God. And he was like, okay, well, bye guys.
It's not killing, it's just subverting her power and control over by having the. I mean, it's not even like her. Whatever. I'm not going to micromanage. But.
Okay, on the, like, so we're subverting the Lady of Pain. He's fully going to start walking away now. So someone's going to have to say something to bring him back in.
You seem pretty skeptical about our own crusade. It's not something we do lightly. And I know we're not going to kill a god, obviously. But the knowledge...
If only she were a god, it'd be possible.
The knowledge of getting in and out of the loop is one of the most closely guarded secrets in the entire city. What if it weren't? You could directly have in your hand not only knowledge of how to get in, by the end, how to get out. And anyone who you think is wrongfully been placed there over time could be retrieved at your whim, and you could share that knowledge. This is an option to you. And if you need proof that we're as capable as we say we are, well, take out the Grigset's blade. We've already dealt with one interplanar threat. We've been working on the system for some time.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check at advantage with the Grigset's blade there.
Yeah.
I forgot you had that shit.
It's only because I didn't get to fight it all this episode.
Better
so
not
it didn't
forget
come
that
up.
shit. I literally died for it.
No.
Well,
Persuasion. What's my persuasion? Oh, it's actually... Oh, my persuasion's really good. That is a 25.
yes.
He stops and considers, I would like any of you can make it, not a deception, an insight check right now if you'd like.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah.
It's a 15 from Ingrid.
Okay.
That is a
I'll use my
19
last
from
luck.
Bileyg.
I'll use my last luck. Okay. 23.
23. Okay. You see he stops and he catches sight of the blade. You pull it out and he stops and considers. Raise hands who rolled a 19 or higher.
19.
Okay. Bileyg, you see that you've got him on the hook. Mm-hmm. Just like your eel before, you've hooked him. Now you gotta reel him in, but you're like, if we play this right, we're now on the path to success here.
Right.
Oobtaglor, you get the same thing. In addition, what you get is you see wheels start to turn in his head of his own, he likes this plan, not just for the reasons you said. There's something else going on there. And the wheels are starting to turn a little bit. You got him
there's
on
a lot
the
you think you
hook.
can-
Who's gonna say anything?
I bet there's a lot that you think you can do with that sort of information.
You know the thing about killing a fiend? They wake up back home. Temporary solution at best. Wouldn't be so bad if there was a prison full of them.
He wants to put them all in the loop. He wants to put all the fiends in the loop.
That would actually be very funny.
He turns fully. He says, "You have a way to get me in. How do you get me back out?
That's the part we're working on. I'm sure you can put together. If we knew how to get somebody out, a friend wouldn't be in there right now. It's a tall ask.
Make me a persuasion check, Bileyg.
Come on, buddy.
No, don't put this on me,
cares,
man.
man?
I think that there
Jesus
are
Christ.
some.
No,
there
that
are
was a
some-
natural one. Just take it away. Wait, I'm a
appreciate-
halfling. I'm lucky. I can reroll ones. What the fuck?
If you roll ones.
Oh, Red.
Good memory. I don't know if
never
that's
in my
ever
life
come up
used this
before.
shit,
Have we?
Please, for the love of God. Thank God. That's a 16. 22.
There we go.
22.
Sorry, audience, to give you a temporary heart attack. I've never in my life remembered I have this trait.
I was like, oh damn, you gotta honor the one. Like, what are they gonna say to turn it around?
Because that was an ability check, yes? That
Yeah.
counted? Okay.
Yeah, that's an ability
Yeah, when
check.
you roll a 1 on
Yeah,
the d20
all-
for an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can re-roll the die and must
Yeah.
use the new roll. I've never used this before.
Holy
fuck.
Other than random tables, those are the only things you use a d20 for. So
Okay, I just wanted to be sure. There was a possibility that was still fucked.
for a moment, you guys all think that Bileyg has royally fucked up by admitting what a bad plan it is. But instead, the earnestness cracks through the vampire's facade, and there's fully weighs upon him the notion that you are detectives, you figured out how to get in, you can figure out how to get out, and you can figure out how to get him back out, and he kind of has nothing but time. So he says, all right, 2 conditions. First one, I need till it's not dawn there, first light, he would say. I need till first light to get some affairs in order. Then I'll meet you wherever you want. Second, I'm not saying you have to do it like I was doing it, but someone's got to look out while I'm gone. Who among you?
I think Fally, who has been sitting on this dog this whole time, doing nothing, having completely survived this fight, is gonna. I don't know if I can control the dog, but I'm gonna pretend.
Yeah.
listen to you.
We're out of combat. You can prompt.
Yeah.
It's an
Yeah,
ally.
yeah.
You can prompt
You
it.
can't telepathically communicate with the dog like I can, but, you know, he'll take you where you want to go.
I think Fally's gonna take the dog's ears and sort of like a majestic steed, like ride him up, and really try hard to look majestic. I don't know if this is gonna succeed. Fally does not look majestic normally,
Performance check.
Can
Yeah.
I give the help
have a
action
-1,
and
I
like
believe.
prestidigitate
Yes.
some like rays of
But-
light
but
behind
remember-
them to like help action that so that they have advantage?
Remember that you do have an inspiration from Oobtaglor, and it goes away in a couple minutes. So
True.
Yes. Okay. I'm absolutely. You know what better place to use bardic inspiration than a performance check?
when else? Come on.
Does that help action count?
Okay.
As for performance?
That is an 11.
Okay, and then the D8 from the
No,
inspiration.
that's an 11.
Oh.
You do have a
Oobtaglor,
DM
something special
inspiration.
happens when you roll one of your inspirations, right?
Oh, the bardic inspiration die can be rolled again, and you choose which roll to use. So you treat it like it's an advantage. You can roll the d8 again.
Oh, cool.
Yes, the beauty of Oobtaglors are a little bit different than most people's.
That is an 11.
I think you got lost in the trouble. I'm trying to give the help action to prestidigitate some like rays
okay.
behind them to make their performance more convincing so that they can get advantage.
You do have DM inspiration as well, Linnie.
Yes. Well, I don't know if you want to use DM inspiration on this, but please take the advantage. Ingrid, I will allow the help action since you are so good at performance. Go ahead and re-roll. You're going to have to keep the inspiration roll on a
Sure.
D8, but you can re-roll the D20 and use the higher.
Okay, that is an 18.
Woo.
18. Pretty good. The shininess of your armor looks less newbie on their first day and more, splendor comes across as you ride up upon this hound. And You look down and what do you say?
I say, if your disappearance is to be temporary, then I suppose I can be temporarily brave, and assist. Obviously, not assist in the way that you can, but I will assist in the way that I can, as best I can.
I've heard worse promises.
I could always just die horribly, trying.
Well, that doesn't mean the end of everything.
Oh, that's a little hopeful.
Whoa.
He gives a shrug. He goes, there's worse ways to be. Where should I meet you?
The Plague Victims Monument. Bring a ring.
Lovely. Are you hitting on me again?
Why would I? Oh my god, we're sending you... Boys.
All right. He departs. So my question to the party, open and shut investigations. Until morning, is there anything you would like to do when you send him down to Goblin Town?
I'd like to compile all of our findings on the loop into a manila folder to give to him to give to Everard. And also, I'd like if I could make a performance check to make a composite sketch of what Everard looks like so that he knows what rabbit to look for in the loop. That would be great.
Yeah, in case there's more than one down there.
If you wish, I'll say that you are perfectly capable of making something that looks. He's a rabbit guy. He's not
I took a figure drawing class once.
If you want to roll for the
when
for the
I first
Helden.
got to the city, because I wasn't 100% sure that I was going to go into the theater, as it were. That's a 27. And actually, I still had some crossover talent. But I chose not to pursue it. I thought the
cross-hatching
fine
is
arts weren't on for me.
The cross-hatching is flawless, impeccable.
That's a fraud.
I would also like to get one of Everard's roses from the little garden and add it to the pack of supplies we're sending along.
Okay.
I have so little like extraneous junk in my inventory because we don't do traditional adventuring. I'm like, maybe I should give him my dice set that I got in my starting gear that I have no use for. No, at that point, that's just insulting.
You don't need to load him up with junk. He's gonna have to carry it.
I just feel bad. He's being extremely decent about this.
I want to try something, and I don't know that's 100% going to work because it requires two things to go right. Do I have time to go to where my agent Lori is?
Sure, it's late, but he's a bastard, so he keeps weird hours.
Knock, 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 knock. Lori, open up.
What? All right, he opens up. What's up?
I lost my sending stone. Is there any chance I could get yours? It's helpful for the locate object to have the other one that it's connected to. It narrows it down a bit.
Okay, he was gonna be like, why would you want one half of a now useless magic item? Go ahead and roll a deception check.
Totally.
On him.
Totally. We use that. No, I don't have inspiration. Okay, that is a 15.
Okay, let's roll. It's kind of a silly ass, so I'm going to give him advantage on this, but he's also not super insightful. I'm going to give him a +2 on this. That is an 11 and a 9 for a total of 13. Showbiz people.
You know us artsy types.
Forget your head. Just bring it back when you're done. They're expensive.
Yeah, no problem, Lori. Thank you. And I'm going to put one of the sending stones in the care package and hold on to the other one.
Hey,
yes, of
vampire
course.
man, don't lose my number.
Please give it to Everard when you find him.
Anything else anyone wants to take care of?
No, I got nothing.
Okay. You guys meet up. You hand him a care package. The one sheet of information that you basically have about the loop in a manila folder. A single rose. He is laden down with a bag, which, if you peek in, is basically just full of blood bags. He's just bringing food, basically. He can survive without it, but it's not pleasant. So he's bringing as much food as he can carry. You hand him the folder. You hand him the what else was it? Oh, the flower, which he takes.
Yep.
You hand him the sending stone. And he looks and he goes, "Are you hitting on me?"
It's presumably not going to work in the loop, but we have to try because we don't know for sure that no one's tried sending stones yet as a way of communication, and we'd like to be able to tell you anything we find out about getting you out of there. Along with our friend Evrard, he's the rabbit featured here. Honestly, I think you two are going to get along quite well, but look for more flower petals like these. If I know that rabbit, the first thing he tried to do was leave himself a little petal trail of clues, and somehow he had an infinite amount of these roses, so try and seek him out if you can, as soon as possible. He is one of the best of us, and we are sorely missing the good he brings to the city.
Good to know.
And Bileyg is gonna step forward and like extend a hand for a handshake, if he wants.
Yeah, he accepts it.
Yeah, it's very decent of you. I truly. You saved me from a mess of my own creation, and I feel much better making this deal with you than with certain other folks I could name. But if there's anything you need from me after this, you just let me know.
Trust that I will. Turns last to Fally and says, "Thank you for what you're offering to do. Don't let them intimidate you. Fear is their greatest weapon." And then he turns to all of you. He says, "See you on the other side." Pulls out a simple gold. I almost said, I don't know why I almost said brass twice. Pulled out a simple gold ring and touches it. Nothing happens. He tries like another stone and another, and then on like after a couple seconds of awkward fumbling, he touches it to this one particular cobblestone that's on the plague victims monument here in the ladies ward, and you watch as it's, how to describe it, it's a squashing stretching. When you plane shift, there's kind of like this vibration out and then collapse in, as you're, you know, I think of it very Flash style, like vibrating between realities to a different thing. It's the opposite of that. Instead of out and in, it's stretched like putty. And there's not really a moment where it snaps closed that you can see. He's just gone. It's disorienting and kind of hard to describe, other than you know you saw it, and yet it was over too fast for you to even really comprehend what was happening. And then he's gone.
I'd like to pick up the sending stone after a moment and just see if I can. Is this going through? Bring. This is Ingrid Starling. Please come to the stone.
All right, so you're a son of a bitch, because this is an interesting, strange. This is a strange concurrence that's going on. So because let me see if I can find.
Just have to keep having episode by episode conversations with this fucking vampire guy.
He's gonna run out of cool one-liners eventually.
Vampire check-in.
Pig tags.
I'm going to say, so here's the thing. Sending stones work across dimensions, across planes. There's a 95% chance it works, which is frankly stupid to include. If it's only 5% chance of failure, why even bother having that in the rules? Yeah. But there's it's likely that it works. However, the loop is not beholden to the laws of time or space. Thus, there's going to be some wacky interference getting through.
Cool.
So I'm going to have you roll. I'm going to say you can try this once a day. I'm going to have you roll on a percentile dice. I know how you love them. We're going reverse sending stone. There is a 5% chance this call gets through. Which is just a 20 on the D20. We know how it goes. So, Sophia, before you roll, I'm going to ask, are we going low 5%? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Or are we going high 5%? 96, 97, 98, 99, 100?
Let's go.
Or some random number. Do you want to go 51, 52, 53, 54, 55? Like,
let's do that slice from the middle.
16, 5, 74.
That would be like we're pulling Powerball.
Actually, no. Let's just start pulling numbers out of pi. So it's 3, 14, 15, 92, and then 65. Those are the only 5 numbers that we'll get through.
We're not
Don't do
actually
this.
doing
Sophia,
We're not
which, are we
actually
going high or low?
We're going
High ball or low?
high, baby.
Okay, 96, 97, 98, 99,
The
100.
birds are
Remember,
in
triple
the
zeros
Super
is
Bowl.
100.
The vampire was hot. Come on, percentile dice. That's a 52. No.
Ah.
Okay.
But next episode,
Well,
we'll try
you'll
again.
You'll have more times to test it out. As first light comes to Sigil, your contract is complete, and Bileyg, you feel somewhere deep down, it is resolved.
Oh, good.
You
So we don't need to go
feel
there
the
and
need to go
prove.
You do not need to go speak to Savario. You feel that some law of the universe, literally, the fundamental force of law that aligns half of existence into the Great Wheel, that settles in your stomach. A feeling of like a twisted knot you didn't even know you had is untied. And as first light comes to Sigil, is there anything any of you would like to do, or are you all going to go take a well-deserved long rest?
Well, now that we've solved the pressing danger, Fally, you are new here in town. How new? And keep in mind, I do think I know the answer.
Well, I'm gay. No, that's the John Mulaney part.
I was gonna be like, well, not what we asked, but good to know.
Yes, yes. And?
Fally says, I think Fally is like half a. Is the dog still there? Because if the dog's still
Dog
there,
is still
Fally
there.
is half.
Dog is a
Fally
permanent summon unless he's killed and I have to resummon him. So dog
Yeah.
is still here. Yeah.
I think Fally is like half asleep on dog, and he's like, I did arrive yesterday.
Uh-huh.
So,
And you came here to investigate Bileyg?
I have been given reason to believe that I have been given a quest by my god Helm, which would result in an investigation of Bileyg. So, yes.
A few extra steps in that yes than I was expecting.
Yes.
How about we take this conversation back to the
I assume
detective
we're
agency, if
we're
nobody
walking
minds.
back towards the
Yeah.
office.
Yeah.
Fally, am I correct in assuming you don't have a place to stay right now?
No, I was planning on going back to the Order of the Helm, and perhaps sleeping on a bench if they had one, in full candor. But if you had an alternative,
Yeah, I
would
mean,
be grateful.
Bileyg, you remember the first case you guys had with the Church of Helm there?
Yeah. I think you might find those guys are a
In
little bit less
episode
righteous
0,
than they
check the
wanted.
Patreon.
Yeah.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, those guys, yeah. Yeah, tell you what, while Everard's still stuck in the loop, I got extra space in my apartment if you need a place to crash. There's plenty
that'd
of
be
room,
lovely.
lots of eel leftovers.
You can investigate
Yeah.
directly at the source, constantly.
That's true, yeah. Surveillance.
And it's in the hive, so your
Fally
newfound,
pulls out-
business of protecting the hive or whatever, it's right on lookout.
Extremely true. Very true, very true.
right, I have promised to do that. Oh god, oh god, oh god.
Very brave of you.
If I could suggest, my dear, very brave, perhaps not something you need undertake alone. You are going to presumably be hanging around Bileyg for quite some time if this investigation of yours is to progress. Why not work with us? We're all trying to do good things in Sigil, and you're clearly a cleric of some power. Plus, I would like to have another person who appreciates the important parts of paperwork around.
Yeah, there are plenty of parts of
paper-
Sigil that don't get much love from the from the surface, so I tend to stop in on them whenever I can. I can take you along on some of those field trips, you know.
He turns to Ingrid, says, "You are the first person I have met this entire time I've been here who seems to understand the importance of paperwork."
It's critical to have an accurate filing system if you want to get anything done at any point. You don't get to be as long-lived
a
as I am
foundation?
without understanding that you're not going to remember where you put that tax document from like 10 years ago in 10 years.
A foundation of organized and accurate information is the only way you could possibly move forward with an investigation or any kind of audit for that matter.
Have I given you a business card yet?
Oh, no,
Oh.
Take a stack of them.
Please.
And please distribute as you're doing your do-goodiness.
Oh, yes, okay. He sticks them in his, like, a pocket, and then he... he sticks them in his pocket, and then he sort of pulls out a notebook and turns to Bileyg and says, "So, what was the first thing you noticed when you arrived from Sigil? What was the first thing you noticed when you arrived to Sigil?"
Oh, well, you remember the river we passed over on the way here? First thing I noticed was the smell, because I landed face first into it. Not my favorite experience of Sigil, I'll tell you. There's a lot to love about this city, but the ditch is pretty low on that list.
Yes.
And I think Fally would just continue asking you questions as you were going home.
No, you are getting candid answers. There's probably a page that's just dedicated to like all of the relatives I keep name dropping. Is like big halfling family from Venya on the 3rd level. It's like, yeah, you know Chuck and my niece Alicia, and it's just this
High fantasy halfling Chuck.
Yeah, well, he wasn't one for the adventuring, it's
You guys are walking home.
Towards the office, I think.
I think towards the office, yeah. Also, did Oobtaglor take damage from getting dribbled like a basketball? Do I need to heal Oobtaglor?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, good.
I'm gonna wait until we get into the office, and then I'm going to just pipe up and say, are you guys not aware of the hypocrisy that just occurred today?
You're going to have to be more clear.
Well, we just effectively exonerated Fain, who wants to stick it to the higher powers that be. And one of those powers we work for. We got in good with the Planar Trade Consortium specifically because we destroyed another person who was trying to stick it to the powers that be. That was why we destroyed. Well, you think that express train is there for everyone? They explicitly said it was just for the merchants. But we've gotten ourselves good, snuggled up against them, and then what? Now we're grooming one to be another Grixit? We're giving him information on the loop for him to use to his own means? What's going on here?
It's a good question. I think I can only give my opinion on this. My perspective. For me, Sigil all makes sense as one big thing that doesn't make sense. If that makes any sense. And the Planar Trade Consortium is just one face of it. It's big, it's powerful, like you said. It's only for certain people. It's only for certain people who can pay. Sigil is a very different city for the people with money and the people without, people with power and the people without. And I think Fain disagree with some of his methods, but he's right on the money there. He sees something there. I think what we do here, it makes sense on the small scale. The way we have to make our decisions in this place is day to day. Case by case. I can't tell you how convincing that is. It's just the way it is in my head. We try to do the good that we can, whatever scale we're operating at. And sometimes that means saving a city from a big train crashing into it and potentially killing a whole bunch of people, even though the only people who are going to get to use that train is a bunch of muckety-mucks. Sometimes that means helping out one guy who's just trying to help out little guys.
And sometimes we trick a vigilante into going into the loop to save our soul from a deal that we made with a Cambion.
I didn't trick him.
I would take umbrage with trick as well.
So we are going to get him out.
Yes,
Of course we are.
just like we're going to get...
And he is going to use that information on the loop to his means.
Perhaps.
Sure. And if he
That's
uses
a
it in
decision
a way
he's gonna
that's
make.
In
going
which
to
case,
harm...
what are we going to do? Are we going to let him go? Or are we going to have to kill him like we did the Grixit?
The Grixit was harming individual
I understand that we do
in
things
Sigil.
case by case, day by day, but I'm surprised that no one was looking at the big picture here. I'm surprised that I was the one who had to do it.
The Grixit spent their time destroying the lives of anyone they came in contact with. Big organization, Lady of Pain, or small folk. This guy, for better or for worse, is incredibly focused on trying to make sure that the denizens of Sigil are not hurt. Sure, we're potentially giving him an incredible amount of information, but we're also potentially getting Everard out of the loop. And we don't know that...
We could have done that without him. We were going to do that without him.
And your alternative is we just murder this man who's doing good immediately, right now? We don't know that he's going to go do bad things with the information. We have to take it on good faith that we are all attempting to do the same thing. We can't know the outcome of everything immediately on a cosmic scale. When you've been around as long as I have...
We don't have to know. He told us what he's going to do. He is going to use the loop to put every fiend into the loop. And you think that's not going to attract the attention of the Lady of Pain? He said that he's doing this day by day as well. He doesn't have a plan for when he has to come up against the powers that be. And we just gave him a one-way ticket to come up against the biggest powers that be.
And what would your solution have been?
I had no solution. You did what I was going to suggest. Which, knowing this dynamic probably means that you guys didn't do the right thing.
Oof.
Oobtaglor. We all make what we deem the best decision in any given day. Certainly, it is not always cosmically, mathematically, the most perfect decision that could be made. But I think it speaks more to how we as a group are growing in character that all of us came to the same conclusion about what was the most appropriate solution than it does to any individual's perspective of their own goodness. I would implore you to think about the specific individuals we've helped in the past. Yes, we have...
No attempt to try and convince him that his particular brand of justice was not correct. No attempt to try and say that perhaps working at the gatehouse was a better alternative. Healing individuals rather than punishing them.
Oobtaglor, I understand what you're getting at. I will simply point out he is a vampire. There's very limited work he can do at the gatehouse to help people who have been hurt.
Okay. And help is help.
Help is help. I'm not arguing with you there. I think one of the things we learn in the City of Swords is that healing and harming can both be tools for justice. And it's more a matter of what you're good at, what you specialize into, how you use what you can do. And I'm not saying that we did the right thing. In fact, I'd say categorically that I got us into this mess by making a poor decision. And I'm very sorry that you were all dragged into it and had to compromise like this to save me. Quite frankly, I don't think I could have gotten myself out of that situation because I thought he was right. It wasn't a fair trade. In my best case scenario for this, the Cambion gets my soul, and the thing's done with it, and everyone gets to move on. I didn't have a way out of that. I'm not very good at thinking that far ahead. And I'm grateful that you got me out of there, and all I can do is try to do the next best thing to try and keep things going the way they should be. But if there's one thing I've learned over my life, it's that you can try to do the right thing at every turn and break an awful lot of things along the way.
All I know is that you may say that we do things day by day, case by case. We keep our head down and we just do what's right in front of us. But I see what's coming from a mile away. Partially because he told us.
You might need to spell it out for me, kiddo. I'm not putting it together.
He said that he was going to use the loop to put every fiend in Sigil into the loop. Now, whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing, that kind of action attracts attention. The same kind of attention that perhaps the Grixit causes whenever she does her thing.
I will say, player-wise, I think he implied that was a potential use for the loop. But he didn't say, like, fortunately, I will be able to destroy every single fiend because that is my bet. I'm not saying you're wrong.
I understand.
I'm just saying that how I interpreted that, like, from my perspective, what Oobtaglor is saying is factually incorrect, and that's kind of throwing me for a loop. No pun intended.
I see.
I think for what's worth, the
Mm-hmm.
DM, my opinion counts for a lot. I think Oobtaglor is reading his intentions correctly.
Right, okay.
And in regards to that, now this could be a specific mislead that Ingrid is trying to make, but we're comparing the situations. The Grixit did harm many people, but it was always collateral damage in trying to destroy portals because she thought that was like the ultimate tyranny of the city, right? Mm-hmm. As opposed to Fain, who actively sought out and hurt people who he believed to be, wrongdoers. But that is a distinction when you talk about the Grixit would just hurt anyone. Oh, that's true, but was never directly hurting. In her mind, she was never directly hurting anyone, I think that it's safe to say that the investigators of Open Shut are not going to come to any solution or shared understanding of the situation.
I will. Can I end with this?
Oh.
I would love. Yes, say your final thing, and then I want to check in on your newest member and see how they're feeling. So, Oobtaglor?
The only way that I can see this being reconciled is if we don't let Fain back out. Now, this may be that you're tricking him, but one day you just did the right thing that's right in front of you. The next day, perhaps the right thing will be to keep him in there.
I get where you're coming from, Oobs, but...
Do not call me Oobs.
I get where you're coming from, Oobtaglor. But I can't make that decision. He went in there in good faith, saved my butt. And I made a promise, and one of the only things that I can hold on to is that when I make promises, I keep them.
At what point does the good of others become superseded by the good of the soul?
Ideally, you try and keep it so those two things are the same thing.
Are they?
Not always.
On the not always, I'd like to check in with Fally.
Yeah!
A lot has gone on here. And this is your first day in the city. And I think perhaps this is a more nuanced argument on what it means to do good than you've ever had anyone... Everyone basically unanimously agrees what good is on Mount Celestia.
Absolutely.
So this
It's
has
so
been
easy on Mount
perhaps,
Celestia.
Yeah, perhaps a more stimulating conversation on the subject than you've heard before. Doesn't need to be deep or specific to any individual character, but I'd love to know two things. One, how Fally feels about the argument that's going on here. And two, how does he feel about Bileyg and his goal and his willingness to share more information with Bileyg at this time about what he knows?
I think generally just very conflicted and confused. I think he's struggling with the impulse of just do whatever I need to get home. And that sense you have when you start to feel yourself rationalize something you know is not correct. And he has that sense of, Sigil just does seem to be this lawless place where maybe you do just choose what to do to survive day to day, and this would be something I wouldn't do on Mount Celestia, but maybe I do just get through this and get home. But I think also just the absolute, you know, as Bileyg said, it's easy to keep to your honor when you're in a place of honor, like Mount Celestia, and the commitment to trying to still live up to those ideals that Bileyg is still trying to live through. Like, I think Fally also just feels like ashamed that he's continuing to try to pretend that he's actually has been living those ideals, when in fact he has just been in a place where he did not have to worry about breaking those ideals. And I think he is also thinking about the fact that he's made a promise to protect the city, and thinking that it was an idiotic moment of bravery, but also, like, I think deep down somewhere he's like, maybe this is, like, maybe I can properly do the thing I set out to do, to be an adventurer who's helping people, but, like, actually do it right this time. But I think that impulse is buried under a pretty thick layer of panic. So it's anyone's bet.
All right.
What'll win out day to day.
Okay.
Wow.
And how is your trust in Bileyg?
I think he's thinking, this guy probably didn't do it. This guy probably didn't do it. I just, like, but I think he's thinking, I could see him getting into a situation where he accidentally did it, right? Like, Bileyg's road to hell does seem to be paved with a hell of a lot of good intentions.
Oh god, that's such a good summary.
So,
fuck, man, Sigil's a nightmare.
right? So I'm thinking he's thinking, well, Bileyg is probably innocent, but I think the selfish, unrealized version, like, I think like the kind of the selfish part of Fally is like, it would be really easy to frame him though. Right? Of
fuck.
Like
I'm in trouble, guys.
As the when he was talking to the rest of the Order of Helm, right? Like, you don't necessarily need to be right as long as it's a big enough of an incident that someone in power is going to come along and clean it up. So I think there's a lot of conflicting things within Fally right now.
Okay. So how ready do you feel to share information? I take it probably not ready to say anything more to Bileyg.
I think Fally's gonna keep it
about what you may know,
like a little closer to the chest, but also, if push comes to shove, we'll share rather than lie, if that makes sense. Because he doesn't, I think, know enough information that he still couldn't use it to his advantage, even if he had shared it.
That's certainly true, but you do currently hold the path forward for solving, one way or the other, the mystery of Bileyg.
Yeah, I think
so.
It's
really, the investigation begins when you choose for it to begin in this situation.
Yeah, then I think Fally will probably choose to share sooner rather than later. Like, I think he will choose to share when it seems like there's no other avenues to exhaust, and if that comes very quickly, he will, start giving out information to say, what about this info? He wants to get home.
Right. So I think we will pick up there in our next episode. Thank you all for joining. This was a chunky back half.
Yes.
Although I'm sorry that there's a lot of dice rolling that will be cut out. But
yes.
Thank you all for joining for our first episode after the break. And thank you, Linnie, for joining us. Fally. I love the conflict that's going on and how everyone fits together. I'm excited to see more. Sophia, were you going to say something?
Yes, I, when I was dead, wrote a inspiration for Bileyg that I wanted to use, and I don't think I don't know that it's going to be 100% relevant by the time we record the next episode, so I would love to do a little performance for us to take us out.
Oh my god, please.
Yay.
Go forth.
And everyone knows the tune, so feel free to sing along. Smite, Bileyg, smite, upon your mighty steed. Slash, Bileyg, slash, tear your foes down, 1, 2, 3. Roll 'em low, roll 'em high, and watch our Bileyg smite. Smite, Bileyg, smite, upon your mighty steed. Bileyg, Bileyg.
Sophia, that's not going to be relevant when this
Full circle
episode comes
moment.
It's going
out.
to be
You could have
so
waited as many
relevant
weeks
because
as
the
you
birds
wanted.
will have
You're gonna
one.
fucking
Long
gamble.
gone.
Anyway.
Unless you want to cut this bit and put it into this week's episode. All right. Well, thank you for joining us for all of the fun and suffering through that last part. We will catch you all next week.
Gosh, this
until
is
then,
so much fun. Goodbye.
see you.
Yeah. Bye, everybody.
Thanks so much for listening to this week's episode of Open and Shut, a Rolling with Difficulty campaign. We'll be back next week with another thrilling installment, but if you miss us before then, check out our Discord server for fun fan conversations, head over to CrowdMade to pre-order your Kyana and Finbar pin pack and get 2 members of the Per Aspera crew for your very own. And if you enjoyed the podcast, give us a review on your podcast platform of choice, or head over to YouTube and give us a like and a subscribe. It really helps other people find the show and enjoy the adventures. And if you really enjoyed the show, consider becoming a patron for even more exclusive benefits, like all sorts of art, doodles, there's tons of like written fictions and things, just so much nonsense that our cast has managed to come up with over the years. So check all of that out, all linked in the show notes down below, and we will catch you out there on the streets of the cage.